Okay, folks. Okay. So, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns of everyday lead. And I am your host, Elise. And wowzer, after I, got done yesterday with my live stream, there was a lot of shenanigans. There was lots of shenanigans. What happened, Carol? What happened? What happened, my friend? What happened? So, you guys know, somebody actually said to me on X yesterday, because I said I refuse to watch him or listen to his spaces. I'm sorry, I won't do it. I refuse. I can't listen to the lies that come out of his mouth. It's constant. It's never ending. I won't do it. And somebody on Twitter said to me, not even I believe, and they're like, they friendly with me. And they're like, not even I believe that. If you want to catch up with the drama, you have to watch it all. And I'm like, no, if you knew me, I said, ask Jesse. I refuse. This is why I say my mods do God's work for me, because they do it for me. Okay, they do it for me. They do it for me because I cannot do it. I physically can't do it. So the goodness of all of you actually put together, y'all give me the notes version. I got the notes version of what happened. So I'm gonna try to give you what I can of what happened if you didn't hear it. Yeah, I can't, Scorpio. I can't. I can't do it. It just, I don't have it in me. Oh, my legs. My legs are still hurting, but they're much better than yesterday. I'll tell you that much. Much better than yesterday. And I was actually, I know I'm late, but I was trying to make like a very fall overlay. Hold on a second. I just spilled a little bit of my coffee here on the mouse pad. And there we go. All right. Good thing I have paper towels down here. Yeah. I know you follow me on X Girl. I saw you say it yesterday. Yeah, I heard it was JFK's Spaces. Not Spaces. His live was 4 hours long. I didn't have a chance to do all that yet, but Jesse watched most of it. So I got, we got some of what happened there, but there was a lot of stuff happening. So after I released you into the wild, after my live stream yesterday, I love that. I love that. See, now I have to go and watch it. God damn it. And I appreciate you for it. I appreciate all of you because all of you put in work to help me out so that I don't have to physically make myself nauseous listening to the constant lies. And so it's funny because Lily was speaking. Because when you're on Twitter and you speak on someone's spaces, it puts a thing on your Twitter that says this person is speaking on someone's spaces, right? And so I saw the thing on Lily's thing that said she was speaking on the spaces. And I was like, I can't physically listen to it. I can't. So yeah, I was reading through the comments, right? That's what I was doing. Reading through the comments, and I messaged Lily and I was like, is he doing the thing yet where he repeats the question that you ask so he can act like he can come up with an answer quickly? Because most people don't need to do that. They know the answer, right? But when you're lying and you can't give the real answer, you have to think about that, right? And you got to do it on the fly. So this thing that he does is he'll pause and then he'll pretend like he didn't understand what you said, and he'll repeat the entire question, showing that he understood exactly what you said, right? So that he can think of an answer to give everyone. Something I picked up on a while ago, and it's something that he does. So I said to Leah, is he doing that thing yet where he pauses and then acts like he doesn't understand and repeats the question so he can think up a lie? Is he doing that yet? And yeah, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You know what I mean? You were on his chat last night. Love it, Carol. I love it. So, Scorpio's right. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? Like you just can't. It's not possible, right? It's unfortunate though, because if people picked up on some of this stuff that he does, I feel like maybe they would realize what they were dealing with at that point. And they don't. And it just blows my freaking mind how they don't, right? Before we get into all the real hot tea and whatnot for all y'all, right? Happy Sunday, my friend. Before we hop into the tea, I am going to start doing this at the beginning of the show because it's when you're supposed to freaking do it. And I always forget. And then I get into the tea and then I get off track. And so we're going to do this in the beginning this time. So, you know, even though it's 7 minutes in, I should really do it even earlier, but I'm going to do it now. So, wow, why is it small? I don't know why. It's supposed to be an overlay. Oh, I see what happened there. I see what happened there. Hold on. We got to get rid of that one. That was the old one, right? I see what happened. I accidentally put it in the logo instead of the overlay there. My bad. I'm a work in progress, folks. I'm a work in progress, all right? Even I'm human. Okay, so if you would like to donate to the channel, if you'd like to support Twisted Tragedies, we are a very small channel, and we cannot do this without you guys' help. We just physically can't, right? It's not possible. I'm not a rich person. If I was, then, you know, I would have the best cameras and the best lighting and the best setup. I'd have a whole studio. We'd be a whole rigmarole. I'd be giving things away like crazy, like Oprah, like you get one and you get one and you get one, because that's just who I am. So, but since I am not Oprah and I cannot do those things, so maybe in a couple of years, if I, you know, start making actual money, maybe in a couple of years, because that's like my dream, is to be able to just help, like have the amount of money to just help anybody anytime, and not like donate to a charity, help people, like actually help people, like actually be like, here's $5,000, go buy yourself a used car that you desperately need. Or here's $3,000, pay your water bill that's $500 and keep something in your bank account for groceries or whatever, you know? Just like that, that's the dream. Like one day I'm going to get there. One day I'm going to freaking get there. I promise. One day. All right. So in the meantime, since we're not there, there are many ways to support the channel. We have Chime, we have Revolut, we have CashApp. I don't know why the CashApp's not popping up on here, but Venmo, PayPal, you know, it doesn't have to pop up in there. We have this one too. And so all the ways, and then we have a link in the chat. We have a link in the chat where you can use credit or debit. You just click on it. It's pinned to the top of the chat. It's also in the description of the video itself. Our Amazon wish list is actually private right now because people were messing with it. And so it was taking everything off the wish list so that nobody else could buy anything, even if they wanted to. And they weren't purchasing the items. They were putting it in their cart, hitting checkout, and then never checking out. So then it pulls it off of your list. And so they kept doing that over and over. And so I would change it back and they would redo it. And I would change it back and they would redo it. And so then I reached out to Amazon, and Amazon was like, yeah, no, that's definitely using Amazon to harass people. That is against our terms of service. We're going to have to do our, you know, we have to go through the whole process of doing an investigation. I gave them a name of a couple people that would be doing things like that. And nonetheless, the account itself and any attached accounts will be sanctioned properly by YouTube. I mean, by Amazon. But until then, the Amazon wish list is private. So if you need, I got to turn that off. If you need it, you can just ask me or one of my mods, and we will, you know, happily send it to you guys in private so that they don't keep effing with it. Now, needless to say, I woke up this morning and I don't know who it was, but I have a good idea of who it was. Because there's only a few people that actually know that my kid's TV broke the other day. They had, you know, like just a little 32-inch TV that broke. And so they didn't have a TV in their room. And I sleep with the TV on. I like the noise, and the kids do too. So I was like, oh, fuck. Like, I can't replace that right now. I just can't do it. I have my little's birthday is a week before mine, and then my oldest is 3 days after me. And that's, you know, my birthday is this month, right? So I have 2 weeks to save up enough money for my birthday and her birthday and pay for everything. And then, you know, my oldest is older, so she doesn't need like a birthday party like my little's gonna have, you know. But then my middle is just 9 days after my middle, after my oldest, which is 3 days after me. So it's a clusterfuck all around Christmas time. It's a shit show. You know what I mean? But I woke up this morning and I went to get my coffee because it's the only one thing in life that I ever get myself ever. I don't get a pair of shoes except once every like 7 years, but I get a coffee because it's what keeps me freaking sane. All right. So don't knock it because I have to have my coffee. It's a thing. So I went to get my coffee and there was a box on my porch. It wasn't a little box. It wasn't like a little, it was a very large box. And I was like, what the frick is this? And I turned the box because it was like facing like just the short side of the box. And I turned the box and I'm like, oh my God, it's the TV that I just put on my wish list for the kids, right? And I'm like, who did that? Who freaking did that? So nonetheless, I don't know. I have an idea about who it is. I think I know who it was. But it was an amazing gift for my kids because now they have a working TV. We only had one for each room, one for the living room, one for our bedroom, one for their bedroom. Like they didn't really, you know what I mean? Like one each room. So no, I think I know who it was. I think because I know who I sent my list to. So I think, and there's only a couple people who knew that the kids' TV was broken. So I think I can narrow it down that way. But it was an amazing gift because now my husband set it up for the kids right now. He's setting it up right now because they happened literally like 3 minutes before I came live here. But I just wanted to send like a special thank you because without that, they fight over the living room and then they can't sleep. And last night my little was in my bed because she didn't want to sleep in there without her nightlight. She said isn't bright enough. And so it was a very nice gift for the kids and I appreciate it more than anybody knows. It was a Roku TV. It was 43 inches. And now my husband went to go put it on their bureau and their bureau is actually too short. So we're probably going to have to get a mount for it so we can mount it on the wall. So for right now, it's kind of just standing on the floor, but they have a beanbag chair in their room. So they're just, in there, just, playing with it now, figuring out the remote and whatnot. But it was an amazing gift for the kids and what a great birthday gift for my little because her birthday's it's this month. So I appreciate it. It was a very nice thing. You need a weed vape? Oh, we'll get you that. Listen, Christmas list, check. Jesse needs weed vapes. Check. I know, right? How dare you, son? I know, me too. I hate not having a car. It's the worst thing ever, believe me. If we just had one between the two of us, it would be great. But we don't. So it's a little bit of a hassle. Everything has to be Uber or Lyft or borrowing someone's car. And since we don't have a lot of family to do that with, or anybody really that lives nearby, it's usually my neighbor or my sister, and that's it. And if they're busy or not home, then we're shit out of luck and have to pay the ridiculous Uber prices, and that just, you know how that works. But that's also why I put like things like Uber gift cards on my wish list, Instacart gift cards on my wish list, DoorDash gift cards on my wish list. So that's literally one of the reasons why I put them on my wish list. I've yet to get one of those, but those are like, if you got to get somewhere and you don't have the money, then what? Right? I'm not within walking distance of certain things. So I'm in a residential neighborhood. You know what I mean? Ooh, January. I want to know. That's actually a good question. When is everyone's birthday? Do we have any other November babies in here? Am I the only November baby? I want to know. You don't have to tell me the year, but what's the month and the day of everyone's birthday? I know some of you, obviously, because I know you in person, but I don't know all of you. No, that's why I don't do open panel, Sam, because you can't control who comes on, right? So it's just a screen name. It's just a screen name. So for you, you don't know if they're, there or not. You don't know. Your son's is November 5th. He's a November baby. Oh, Cynthia, you're a November baby. I love it. I love it. Mental note. I love it. I know yours, LG. You're probably the only one in here right now that I know whose birthday that is. I love it. Cynthia's in November, baby, too. See, I got to take notes here. So when you guys' birthdays come around, I can say happy birthday. And actually, fun fact, my brother's birthday is November 18th, and his daughter's mother's birthday is the same. They have the same birthday, November 18th, same day. You know? Oh, that's so smart. 30% off. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't smoke weed, but that is freaking awesome. Hoodies, candles, and now weed babes. I have to make candles for my store. That is an option. I haven't made them yet, but it is. I love it. November 5th, November 8th. You're in April. We have a lot of April babies here. I love it. This is one of the only birthdays for the people currently in here right now, besides Jesse's, I know. Because I'm one of those people that like has to buy your birthday gift at a time, and I want it there like on the birthday, but sometimes it's like a day before or like a day after. And last year, or it was this past year, I think your birthday fell on like a weekend, and I was like, God damn it, is it gonna get there in time? Is it not gonna get there in time? We got a March baby. My grandmother was March. We have a March 5th and an April 7th, my grandmother and my aunts, you know? Ooh, July. I love it. I would always wanted a summer birthday. Because in the winter, at least here in Massachusetts, like what are you going to do? You know what I mean? How are you going to do it? If you can't do an outside birthday, it's too cold. And I was like, I can't have a pool party, right? You can't have a pool party. You just can't. So it's like, God damn. I always tried to think of like fun ways. Fun fact, my husband's father's birthday is December 3rd, Space Coast, and also my nephew's birthday. So his grandson, my husband's nephew, which also makes it my nephew, but is also December 3rd. They were born on the same day. We have a couple of those in between his family or mine. Also people that are, like March. My grandmother was March. She's obviously not with us anymore. And my grandfather was May. My dad was January, last day of January. Fun fact, my dad's birthday, God rest his soul, was the last day of January. My sister's due date was right around that time with her first child, which was my nephew. And my nephew, she went into the hospital on my dad's birthday and ended up having my nephew the day after my dad's birthday. When she had my niece just turned 1. She ended up having my niece the day before my mother's birthday. So she has one child with the day after her father's birthday and one child with a day before my mother's birthday. What are the freaking odds that you have 2 kids and one is the day before your father's birthday and one is the day after, the day after your father's birthday and one is the day before your mother's birthday? Like what are the odds that happens? You know? What are the freaking odds? Ooh, you're the 12th. We got a January 11th. And Holly is January 12th. I love it. Unforgettable on the channel all the time. And she likes TV. It's weird. I'm getting to the point I want to watch her because she's always on there. Well, I think also giving other people a chance is definitely worth it. Oh, Carol is August. My mother is August 20th. So you're 10th. I love it. Love it. I love it. 9/13. Okay, so you just passed not that long ago. Jane's birthday is in September. I love it. I love it. Yeah, some people, that's one that I just like, no way, Linda. What are the odds? What are the odds? That is, I'm not going to lie, with the 666 people probably are always like, are you evil? Like, but that is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. That is a pretty cool birthday. That is a pretty cool birthday. It's who's still with who? You mean is Aiden still with Meredith? No, they broke up in July. Well, yeah, you got to give other people a chance for sure. Ooh, Christina is June. We got a June baby. I love it. See, I'm jealous of all you guys with summer or spring birthday. I love that so much. I need to know where you put the neon sign because that's serious business right there. Okay. And Jesse loves candles, and all I can think of is the last birthday gift I got you with the candle and the bags and the neon sign. But that was for the dogs. That was like just for like you, but also for like the dogs because it was such a good idea. I want one of those neon signs that says Twisted Tragedies, but see, I have one here that says do epic shit. It literally says do, but it's so bright, as you guys can see. Watch, you can't even see it. It's too bright. It says do epic shit, and you can't see it on screen because it just is so bright that it's just a blurb, a literal blurb. You know? Oh, see, that's not cool. Timed out for what? See, that's the other thing. I think you're a little April Fools. I love that. I love that. See, that's weird to me to have the same people all the time. I mean, I get that it's probably safe to have some of the same people on, but that's what I am. I'm taking notes. I am because I want to know when it's you guys' birthday, when I can say happy birthday. I do. I give a shit. See, that's the difference. I can't shut it off, Jesse. That's something I can shut off. Jimbo is March 11th. Okay, all right. March, baby. I am taking notes. Want to know why? Because when it comes to you guys' birthdays, I will know ahead of time. See that? Ahead of time. Well, I think sometimes people feel like, and just this is a generalized point, use, large words to make themselves sound smart. Some creators do that where they'll just use large words to make it sound like they're smart, when in reality they have to throw them in there to sound smart. When you are a smart person, you don't have to use large words to get your point across. You just use regular words. And I'm not saying that large ones aren't regular words, but I mean, I don't have to use the word cacophony. You know what I mean? Like there's words that you're just like, what is the point of that? Some people are not even going to know what that means. And that doesn't mean that they're any less smart. It means, people don't usually use the word cacophony, so I don't expect people to know it. So when you're like, there was a cacophony of people, like, okay, why don't you say there was a big group of people? Like, I don't understand it sometimes. It doesn't really make sense to me. But I'm going to have to watch it, Carol, because you were on, right? See, I don't like when people get cut short like that either. 626. I love that. I love that. Aww. See, and this is why I love you guys. This right here. This is the reason. Because this is a community. You know what I'm saying? A community. A community of people. Okay? All right, let's see. So we have tea. I do have tea for you guys. Just give me a second. November 13th. Okay, Michelle. Okay. And you just got a membership for the month? That's good. We like it. We like it. You're a November baby like me, my friend. This month is going to be a struggle bus for me. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan of all of this around the holidays because, A, I don't have a lot of living family. So it makes it really tough for me specifically. I get much joy out of watching other people open the gifts that I get. But getting those gifts is A, struggle. And B, when that time is over and everybody else has opened all your gifts, you're kind of just sitting there because you don't really have a live family that you're going to exchange gifts with, right? So you're just giving to other people. And that sometimes during the holidays can make you sit there and think about the people you lost that aren't there, right? And then the memories of you exchanging gifts with those people. And it's like having an empty seat at the table. It's sad. It makes me think of my dad and my grandmother and my grandfather who I grew up with and, were my teachers of everything, So I can't slow it. That's the other thing. I don't think they give the mods either that, or you have to be clear with your mods about what you do like and what you don't like, what they're allowed to do. Thank you, Jesse. What they're not allowed to do. You know, we know what you meant, Wallflower. We know what you meant. You have to have managing mods. All of my mods are managing mods, every single one of them. So I don't add the mods and then add them in lower tiers. They're all managing mods, so they can all do the same thing. You know what I'm saying. You know what I was saying. We totally understood you. So I guess my point is, oh, hold on a second. I have a little, oh, that's so nice. Okay. I have a little $5 donation from TT. Thank you, TT. I appreciate you very, very much. It's just a little bit goes a long way, my friend. A little bit is always a help, that's for sure. So I appreciate you. Thank you, TT. Just want to say thank you for that before we step into the tea, right? Step into the tea. That's okay. I got this. I can feel the room. You know what I mean? That's okay. That's what the chat's for. It's for you guys to talk to each other, talk to me, do both. That's what it's for, Exactly. Bingo. It's a thought that matters, not how much it costs, right? Like, to me, something that someone knows that I would want or I would like means more to me than something that was $1,000. Like, it's not about how much it costs. It's really about thinking the gift out. Like, what gift? Some people will buy gifts based upon what they want, and what they like to give to someone else. And it's like, that's not how you think about gifts. When you're giving a gift to someone, you should be thinking about what they would want, what they would like, not something that you're like, oh, well, I'd like this. Well, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's about the person you're buying for, Like, come on. So Priscilla said, guest was glad JFK stated at the end of show after being told he should stop responding repeatedly, said he would respond to anything aimed at him. He has to. Don't allow bull. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you don't listen, I don't respond to a lot, but I will respond to people like the Sewer Turtle or his minions. Those people I will say something if they say something that isn't true, but I'm not going to, respond to every troll on X. That would take up all of my time, literally. But I'm glad that he's not bowing down, because it almost feels like bowing down if you don't, because that's what he wants. Ultimately, that's what the Sewer Turtle wants. He wants you to go away, right? He wants to be able to put you out of business on YouTube, so you just go away and shut up. Oh, that's such a good question. I will tell you my favorite memory. My favorite memory of my grandmother, and my grandfather for that matter, for every Christmas, my grandfather had these old bubble lights that we would put on the tree, right? And whether it was a real tree or a fake tree, we had real trees almost our whole lives. And then my grandparents got older and they got the fake one, which is fine. But my grandfather had these old, what they call bubble lights, right? And they almost look like little lava lamps. They're like little tiny lava lamps, but they're lights, right, that go on a tree. And every year we would all get together and put the ornaments on the tree, and those bubble lights my grandfather loved. And I remember every year just coming down the stairs as a kid, watching those bubble lights twinkle in the morning of Christmas, and that tree just be full of presents for everyone, the adults, the kids, everyone. And my favorite memory is just sitting on the floor with my grandma and my grandpa riding in this little pink Barbie Jeep that one of the motorized ones. I forget what you call them, not Hot Wheels. Those are little cars, but you know what I'm talking about. The ones that, like, you step on the pedal and it goes, right? Like, it was a Barbie Jeep, and in comes my grandpa in this pink Barbie Jeep that him and my grandmother got me. And, it was wintertime, but, and my grandpa was a bigger dude, but nonetheless, my grandfather was like, I was so excited to have that pink rideable Barbie Jeep, and there was no snow on the ground. So my grandpa, got my clothes on, and he had charged it the night before. And I rode that thing, God, with my grandparents watching for hours probably. And my grandma had like these old school mugs, and she had a cup of cocoa ready for me when I came in. And I remember that memory like it was yesterday. There are plenty of other Christmases I don't even remember being a kid, but that one, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like that Christmas, my grandparents were like so beamingly happy that I was so beamingly happy, and those people raised me, right? My grandparents raised me. And then I was in foster care. Like, my grandfather died early of cancer, pancreatic cancer, unfortunately. But I don't even remember. I was probably 4, maybe 5. I'm guessing tops. And I remember that damn memory like it was yesterday, like it just happened, right? One of my favorite Christmas memories was putting those bubble lights on the tree. And long after my grandfather died, we passed the bubble lights down around the family. And my mom had them for a while. And, we had them for a very long time. And there was a flood that happened in my mother's basement that actually ruined the bubble lights, ruined a lot of the ornaments that I had made as a kid and that my grandparents had passed down to my mom, which was kind of sad. But at the same time, like, those bubble lights will ever have a place in my heart from my grandparents, just simply because my grandfather loved those bubble lights so much. He also used to love old school, like Coca-Cola things. And I remember with my grandmother one year, I think it was like 15, 14, it was around right before he died, I got a book signed from his favorite author. It was the very last Christmas gift I gave him. And he used to collect like pennies, nickels, dimes. He would throw them all in like a big thing, but it was too small that like it was starting to overflow. And so I used to work at Spencer seasonally. So I must have been 15. And they had these big Coca-Cola, like it was like a slot in the top and you put the change in there. And I got that in the book signed from the author for my grandfather for Christmas. And that was the very last Christmas that we had. But my grandma took me to go get those things. She took me all the way down to the Cape because the guy was having a book signing to get that book signed for my grandfather for Christmas. And I was so proud of that gift and for him to put his change in. And he put change and ones and all sorts of stuff in there for the grandkids, which was awesome. And but I remember after he passed away, my grandmother asking me if I wanted the book back. And I just told her to, like store it away because I wasn't ready to have that yet. But I have so many amazing memories with my grandparents of just like basic stuff, nothing extravagant, just, putting the ornaments on the tree, that was so brilliant. I'm just saying some of those, they're catchy too. They're catchy tunes, Wallflower, I responded once who hates me as much as I hate it, and she under a break out lost their minds to my response. What's so funny is they act like they do know us though, right? Like with their trolling comments, they act like they know us or anything about us. And sometimes I just have to laugh because they know nothing about either one of us. And so I'm like, what you're trying to describe as who I am is completely off. But you're just parroting a turtle, so what did I expect? You know what I mean? AI, yeah, it's AI. Everything's AI now, right? That's exactly it. He knows how good it is. He thinks it's AI. Everything's AI to him. Everything, X is accessible. I tell you guys, if you're not on there, don't go. You don't want it. They are miserable. And it's exactly what they do. Direct it at everyone else. All their hate, all their anger, all their misplaced lack of community that they're trying to find. They're trying to find somewhere to fit in. It's fine if you want to fit in and belong, but fit in and belong at hating people and just directing vitriol and spite and anger is probably not the healthy way to go. I find myself like tapping my foot or moving my shoulders and I'm like, it's fucking the beat, man. Right? The bubble lights. I gotta love the bubble lights, You gotta. No, thank you for asking. It was a very cool memories. And now I think about all the memories I had with my grandparents and which ones I remember, I love it. I loved the bubble lights as a kid, as an adult. Like they were something I was hoping to pass down to my kids, and they got ruined, and you just can't find them anymore. I think they're like a fire hazard technically because they get so hot. They don't want the stuff, catching on fire. But loved the bubble lights when I was a kid. They're like little mini lava lamps, so you could watch the stuff come up, and it was like circular, a shape like this, and it wasn't a string. It was a string of them. And they would have like almost like a little nozzle thing at the top, almost like what ornaments have right at the top. And like the lava would come up and go around, in and out, inside the bubble. And that's what we called them, the bubble lights, They do. They bring it everywhere. That's half the problem, It's an amazing memory. I love that memory, Yeah, I'll tell you, foster care was rough. I don't think any kid should ever have to live in foster care, and 88% of kids that are put in foster care should have never been removed from their homes to begin with. And only 13% of those kids who shouldn't have been removed from their homes ever make it back to their families. What does that tell you? 88% of the children who are put in foster care are wrongfully removed from their families. And only 13% of those 88% actually ever make it home. I experienced more abuse at the hands of foster care than anything I had experienced in real life at that point. A lot of times foster care is just not a good place. It's just really not. And I wasn't like taken from like a horrible family or anything like that. My grandparents basically raised me, and my mom had depression. She wasn't an addict. She wasn't an alcoholic. So I was in like what they call specialized foster care, which is more for like kids who are pretty much, they assume, too old to be adopted, but stable enough to put them with a family until they're of age to age out. And I did age out. 17 and a half, they gave me the stamp and said, bye. And at that point, I got my own place. So I've literally been on my own since then, I mean, Locals got some pretty catchy songs, I'm not going to lie, Oh, that would be a good song, They do sell a new version? I'd have to see them. Yeah, he called everybody who was up there a mean girl, and then he like circled my name because I'm going to show you guys, because I was listening. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know, like weird. I mean, see, that's the thing. If those people have not woken up to that's what gets me though. How can you be on that panel and not realize what you're dealing with, right? Like you can't, like, I don't get it. Thank you, Jane, for asking. See, here's the thing. One time I was timed out for simply literally saying, hey, like all I was doing is existing in the chat, just existing, just being there. And I was like, people were saying hi, people were being kind. And I was like, oh, hey, how are you? Like, nice to see you, blah, blah, blah. And then in comes the TV trolls that are like, but you think Karen Reed is guilty? Or they're like, well, you still think Karen Reed is guilty? Like, how is that relevant to this topic? Yes, I still think she's guilty. My opinion has not fucking changed. But what does it have to do with this topic they're talking about right now? Right now, they're talking about the sewer turtle, right? That's irrelevant to what I think about Karen, and that case is over. So simply because I existed in that chat and people said hi and I said hi back, I was attacked by like the TV minions who are like, well, why are you here then? Like, go the fuck away. And you're going to throw the insults, blah, blah, blah. And I remember one of the mods being like, well, she's not doing anything wrong. So no one, because somebody else is like, oh, just boot her. And they're like, no, she's not here to argue or fight. I don't think she hasn't done anything. Like, and I'm like, I'm listening like everyone else is, right? And I went to go type in, somebody said something nasty to me, and I went to go type in, like, do you see how that hate is like eating at your heart? Like, is that what you want? You know what I mean? And as I went to go type it, and then I hit send, and I was already timed out. So I got timed out for simply existing in that chat. Not saying anything bad to anybody, just simply a bunch of people starting to attack me just for existing. And I was timed out before I could even defend myself, really. Because I'm not there to fight. I'm there to listen, right? Like, and a ton of people in there know me. And they're like, hey, how are you? Hey, it's nice to see you. Like, and a bunch of people were like, she's not doing anything wrong. Like, what is your issue? Like, what are you people's issues? If you don't like her, don't talk to her. Like, it's really not hard, you know? But I think one of them is very fast on the trigger finger of blocking people for really no reason or timing them out for really no reason. That's half, the problem. I heard about that. I didn't see a lot of it. I saw like a very short period of it, but I was like, wow, why? That would be so bad. I don't get it. I mean, I feel like, every couple argues or fights. I mean, that's life. You're going to bicker, right? But why would you want the world to see all the bickering? I don't understand it. I mean, and also I couldn't imagine bickering like every day like that. If you have to brag that he's in a good mood one day, that means he's probably not usually in a good mood, which sucks to be you. I would hate that. I would hate that. That would not be fun life. Happy wife, happy life. My husband knows that little saying. You know what I'm saying? You can email him, I think. I don't know his email, but I have a question, though. Somebody was telling me this morning that, and I know that Aiden always says that JFK lives in his car, blah, 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 whatever. But somebody said that he talked, again, I didn't watch it last night, but somebody said he talked about it last night and he does live in his car. And I was like, wait a second, hold on. Is that true? Like, is there a way we can help? Like, is that a truth? Like, I feel like, they get a lot of donations though. I don't even get a quarter of what they get. So it's like, stop playing the music and you wouldn't lose all that money. It's kind of like flushing other people's money down the drain and then shut the super chats off. If you're going to play music that is from the radio or that people know, not like stuff you made yourself or someone else made for you, that's fine. But the stuff that isn't, like, that automatically gives all your super chat money to the people who own the licenses to those songs. So anybody who donated, their money is getting flushed down the tube. So why not shut off the super chats then at that point? Because these people who are donating $50, $100, $50, $25, and over 30 or 40 of them as you're playing music, like, you're going to have to fight YouTube and more than likely lose. And then that money will go to whoever owned the licenses for that music. So it's like, why not shut the super chats off if you're going to play music? Because then you're just allowing people to flush their money down the drain. I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense. But just know if you do donate over there and they're playing like radio music, you might be flushing your money down the drain. So send it via like Venmo or CashApp, because then you're not flushing it down the drain. Don't send it on YouTube via super chat because they just take it. They just take it, Ugh, that would have been cool, Carol. For you to have a wrench would have been cool. I think you could do a fair job. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Send an email. If you have his email, I would love to have it. I don't think they're ever going to respond, but I just wanted to like reach out and say like to James really specifically that like he just block out the people who say anything about your loved one who passed away, because they must have some serious hate in their heart to go along with that. That's not okay. Maybe they just weren't there last night. A lot of the times, if you have mods, you can't expect, my mods are rock stars. They're here every show, and that's not always possible for everybody with real lives. You know what I mean? The mods don't get paid and they have other things that they have to do. They have real lives. And so you can't always have all your mods there. So sometimes there'll be a day where it's just you, they do have 3 people though. So it's easier for them to like, monitor chat than it is for like one person, I am going to, yes. I promise you, Cassie, we're going to do that. Well, that's true, Rose. That's true. I call it a chat, not a chat. Well, I think the point is, and especially like in my chat, is if people start disrespecting each other, that's when I'll give like a timeout. Not a block and a ban, but a timeout, right? To give you a second to like woosah. If it's a troll that comes in just to automatically insult, like they're just getting a block and a ban and I'll be done with it and call it a fucking day. But if it's someone who's in here and they're fighting with someone else that I know, I give them like a timeout, just a minute to like woosah themselves and sort of figure out that like, hold on, maybe I'm going a little over the line and maybe I just need to say I agree to disagree, because I love all of you. So seeing some of you argue, I don't want to block or ban any of you because I love all of you. So it's like the timeout is a way to be like, okay, I love you, but just agree to disagree with whoever you're disagreeing with, because I don't want to have to remove anyone. I don't want to do it. I just don't. Okay? Don't put me in that position. All right? Don't. Or my mods, because they love you too. You know? Whack-a-mole. That's what I call them. Whack-a-troll. Whack-a-troll. You know? I agree. It's a turnoff. To me, it's a little bit, I didn't get to watch it. You know? I agree with you there, Linda. It's like a theft of children, you know? Oh, thank you, Benny. Appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. Yes, the Pats are playing the Bills at 1. It's an early game today. There was one mod. Oh, boy. So that might have been either the mod or maybe it was JFK himself. He was just sick of it. Listen, we have our days too where we're just kind of sick of it and like we don't even, so we're just like, you know what? Fuck this shit. Like, but I always tell anybody if they accidentally get timed out or blocked, because sometimes it does happen by accident where we're trying to do someone above or below and the chat moves just right at the right time and it hits the wrong person. So if that does ever happen to you, like Amber did, all you have to do is email me. You know, we all make mistakes. We're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. So if that ever does happen and it's an accident or you don't think you deserved it, whatever, you can just reach out to me or one of my mods and we'll fix it for you. You know what I mean? Because it does happen once in a while and sometimes we don't even realize it. Well, God forbid. You know, I don't understand this whole chat rat thing. What? Because people like to chat in different chats? So what? So what? They enjoy different people's content. What's the problem with that? You know? Oh, girl, I would have fallen asleep too, to be fair. They do very late night shows, you know? Oh, you did? Oh, you sent me a picture of the bubble light? So excited. I'm like a little kid right now. I want to see them. Oh, somebody's asking me if I'm going live. I'm already live. I'm already live. All right, let's see. One of our bubble lights. I gotta see what they look like. Jimmy told him he should space once a week or once a month. But there's no dono. So what? Oh my God, these are them. These are the bubble lights. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys, these are them. It only comes with 7 lights though. For $39. Oh my God. Could never afford to just buy these, but oh my God. These are them. These are the bubble lights as I was a kid. These are the bubble lights. They're a little, like a tiny bit different, but these are them. Like they were round back in the day. It was more of the solution, and they had the thing sticking out, but they were like lava lamps, basically, like inside the circle. Now it looks like they're doing just the part that sticks out, but these are them. These are the bubble lights. Oh my God, I love it. I didn't know that you could even still get them. I used to be able to years and years ago, and they just stopped selling them, and I couldn't find them anywhere, and I haven't had them in a long time. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I'm guessing on JFK show. Oh, we have a $10 donation on PayPal. Or no, this one was from our link. It says, coffee for you, love B. Well, thank you, B. I appreciate you very, very much for your $10 donation to the show. We appreciate that. Oh, my light is like geeking out over here. If anybody else wants to donate to the show, there's a ticker at the bottom of the screen. This is the big one, but there's one below this big one here that ticks across the screen there at the bottom, and it does our PayPal and Revolut and our CashApp and our Venmo. And we do have Chime, which is the same thing as Venmo or CashApp. It's the same tag. And we have the link that is in chat pinned to the top and also in the description for credit or debit. If you want our Amazon wish list, you'll have to ask us because we had to private it. City Angel, October 18th, who you just passed. So happy belated, my friend. Maybe that's what it is. Too strong-armed. I don't know, but you don't know if it was him or the mod. See, that's the different part, you know? Of course. Yeah, no, I mean, no, there's no like donos on spaces, but I guess you could mention it. People still know where to do it, even if, you know what I mean? Like, so what? I've done spaces. What's the problem? I mean, here's the thing. He makes enough money to be able to do a space without worrying about it. So that's weird to me, right? Like, I do them and I really can't afford to, you know what I mean? Like, spaces is really just a way to like have a chat with a bunch of people and not be like doing a live stream. You know what I mean? It's just, it's, to me, it's strange that he would say that, but not shocking because he's selfish, you know, just selfish. Yeah, I'm not a fan either, Sam, at all. You know, I don't do panels for a reason. There's a reason why I don't do panels, and one is because you can't control who is up there. You can't control whether they start arguing and fighting or whether they start saying things that you don't agree with or that you wouldn't want on your channel. So there's a reason why I don't do open panels. I do panels, but not open panels. That's what you would call an open panel, where anyone can come up and speak and you don't know what's going to come out of their mouth, right? I don't like to do the open panel style because it turns people off, right? It turns people off because some people are very, how do I put this? Very like snobby, and other people are very picky, and then there are other people who are very judgmental. So if you put all those types of people in one room, you start to get a shit show. And I'm all set with a shit show like that. I will happily have people on my regular panel that I have vetted, you know, and know somewhat. And talk to them ahead of time about what they're going to talk about and what my parameters of what, because YouTube has its own rules too about things that you can and can't say or talk about. So you have to follow those too if you want to keep your channel. So, and a lot of times if you have an open panel, they don't know any of that. They have no idea. And that's a risk to getting your channel shut down or getting a strike of some sort for one of a multitude of reasons. And that's the other thing. Some people get in and they stay way too long and it doesn't give other people the chance to speak, and some people just can't get their point out quick enough, so then it sort of lags on, and then there are people in chat who will be really rude and mean, and they're like, oh, this person's too slow, or this person is ugly, or this person is fat, and this person's smoking cigarettes. Like, who gives a shit? That's just a way to make fun of someone for no real reason, and I just don't like that kind of anger or hate. And reading some of the chats when people are on these panels, it hurts my heart because they can see that about themselves. That's not okay either, you know? But again, if you're getting compliments all the time, no wonder why you're jumping on a panel all the time. I mean, maybe not, you know? So basically copying Lindsay and doing members only streams, shit talking said woman. I don't know. I know that sometimes they change it to members only after the stream is over, but I'm not a member and I can't afford to buy a membership. I'm poor. Okay, I cannot. I don't know. I'm just asking. Somebody said he actually like said he did, and I'm like, well, whoa, hold on. Okay, what? Okay, is there something we can do to help? Like, I don't know. I figured that was the case, but I just wanted to make sure because you know, you never know. Maybe he needs help. You know, maybe conspiracy dog walk, and if he did, maybe we could help. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying. It hurt my heart for a second. Someone said that, I was like, oh, that's sad, you know? I will, I have, but last night I was like watching a movie and I was already in bed and I fell asleep. That's my bad, you know? Well, I'm just making sure, just making sure. Which I totally get. That's why I have an entire room sort of cornered off to use. And again, half of this room is used as a playroom when I'm not in here. Like I can be in here working on the computer, not doing live, but working on the computer, and the kids can be playing. So, I mean, I only have one little that's little enough to want to like play with toys. I don't, my older two are not kind of playing with toys. So I play a board game or something, but they're not going to be playing with toys. So, yeah. So, I mean, just want to make sure, just want to make sure. He doesn't respond. I try to respond to all of them. It's hard. It is hard to respond to every single email, but I do try to respond to every single one of them, even if it takes me a couple days. And every message that I get, because I know eventually that won't be possible because it'll be too many for just one person. But then I intend, if I'm that, big at that point, I intend on hiring Secretary Jessie to help me out. Yeah, see, that part bothers me though, because then it might be your friend, but your viewers don't know that, right? So your viewers are thinking they're donating to you, to your channel, to you, and to the other guys. And if they're not, and it's going to someone else, that's essentially like, that's flushing people's money down the toilet, The diss tracks are okay because they're made by someone else who can give them the right to play it. And so if they can get the rights, then they can fight it with YouTube and YouTube will give the money back, right? But regular music, the stuff from like the radio, old school R&B, that kind of stuff, like that stuff you're not going to win an appeal on at all. All the money will go to the people who own the licenses to that music. Somebody who makes a track for you, they can give you the license to play it. And so that's not an issue. It's like the radio music, the stuff that's owned by, actual names. And I mean, they know that. I can't message them on X, maybe Facebook, but not X, because I think both people have to be following each other. And my X account is, I have a check mark. So apparently that other people can't, if they don't have a check mark, they can't message me either, which is weird. Unless I send them a message. So strange. Yeah, those ones won't get your money taken, but the ones from the radio will, because you can put the license, like you can have permission for that license. I totally get that. They don't want to wake up your kids that late. Again, that's why I have a room. My kids have their own room. I have my own room. So I'm not waking my husband up if I decide to do a late night stream. I'm not waking the kids up. I'm in my own area, And if you don't have an extra room to do that, then yeah, I would probably do it outside it's getting too cold to be just outside. So a car would probably suffice, Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Hilarious. I know you do, my friend. I love candles too, and I'm going to make some for the shop. If you didn't notice and you weren't here yesterday, I got my merch yesterday. Twisted Tragedies, and my logo. It's a hoodie that I ordered for my own shop. I don't make any money off it because I get the discount of it being a sample. But this is the one that's in my shop, and it comes in a multitude of colors. I chose black, but it comes in a bunch of other colors. I got my cup, my 11-ounce Sippin' on Turtle Tears cup. That's right, folks. And the tears will be delicious, but I did get my cup. And I got my Justice for the Silence hoodie, which is for every goddamn victim who has been threatened, blackmailed, or feels like they can't speak so that they're not targeted endlessly by a bunch of internet trolls and their families aren't. And so it says Justice for the Silenced on the front with the heart. And then on the back, it says Twisted Tragedies Podcast. But they're both super comfortable and warm. And I threw this one on this morning. Obviously, I took it off, and I threw it on this morning, and it is so toasty. It was cold this morning, and I got out of bed, and I was like, "Oh, it's cold. It's cold." Yeah, he did say that. Gee, he didn't know. That's the second year in a row. Last year, he said the same thing. He didn't know what his kids were for Halloween. Somebody asked, "What are your kids going to be for Halloween?" He was like, "I don't know, something general." That's what he said last year. Doesn't shock me at all. Yes, and you can block. You can just block someone in a chat, Girl, I will definitely watch because you're in it, and so I have to see that. I have to listen to what Carol has to say, I know you do, my friend. I know you do. I wish he would start streaming at the time Turtleboy does because I don't even want to listen to TV anymore. Well, I don't. See, that's the thing. Oh, Carol, our sports reporter, Pats are playing the Atlanta Falcons, not the Bills, she says. Yeah, I can't. See, I can't. I just get too tired. I'm already, awake early. That's the other thing. If I wake up and I can't go back to sleep because I have CPTSD, so sometimes I'll have a night terror and I'll wake up and that's what it'll be. And then I will pop on and see if anybody's on, you know? And that's what happens. Sometimes the chat will go really fast. One mod, yeah. There are tons. Yeah, Spaces is like a Discord. It is. That's what I take it as, like, but it's public, you know? See, if you can make a point and remain civil, I don't know why it needs to be blocked. That's kind of weird. I don't know. You too. Happy Sunday. Oh, yeah, I saw that, but they're way more expensive. You want more than the 2-pack of 7 each, so 14 total. Right? I don't need to, debating. I mean, it's fun once in a while, but not all the time. Yeah, it kind of is against the point of an open panel. See, I don't do open panels, but I do regular panels. People like B-Tim, people that I have, out on or that I know I'll have on. Or a vet, you get a vet, because I don't think at that point that audience really wants to hear pro TV gibberish. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if they haven't gotten it yet, if they haven't sort of figured out what he's about and the things that he does, and I'm going to give you a quote of something that he said yesterday that should really tell you everything he thinks about all the people that watch him. Yeah, those people are horrible. The ones that are just making fun of everyone. I mean, what a life to live. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's chat, basically calling in, but it's video. So it's a video. It's like this. It's StreamYard. And you can just put a link out that connects them to the back room of your live stream. And you can add each person on screen as you see fit, up to 10 people. I think he lives in a 777 also. Yeah, he does. Way above the bullshit. And people don't even get it, right? When he says he's 37,000 feet or 32,000 feet, that means way above the crap, way above the bullshit, way above the nonsensical fucking shenanigans, as we call them here. They're not shenanigans anymore. On Twisted Show, they're called shenanigans now. We made that decision yesterday on our special Saturday live stream. They're no longer shenanigans. We now call them shenanigans, okay? We now call them shenanigans. Oh, I knew it. I knew it was you. Well, we have our answer, folks. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew it. This person is the person who bought the TV for my kiddos. So thank you. It was a very nice birthday gift for my little, and I appreciate it very much. And I have a sneaking suspicion one of this deal, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to make sure. But thank you. We got it this morning. I went to go get the coffee, and there's this big TV box sitting on the porch, and I'm like, check the tag, because I'm like, is this my neighbor? Like, what is happening right now? Like, I hadn't looked at like the list of things that had been bought in a couple days, so because it's a very short list at this point. So I'm like, this can't be. I didn't order it, so. But thank you, I appreciate it, and she loved it. She squealed like a little baby and was like, "Oh my god!" I was gonna take a picture of it after I made sure who it was, set up in the room, and send it to you so you can see. I do sometimes, not from my own chat, not from my viewers when I vape. It's usually just turtle people that pop in, but see, right now I have it on subscribers only. So if they want to come in and talk shit, they have to subscribe to my channel, wait 3 to 5 minutes before it'll let you comment, and then comment your finger push-up comment, and then get booted. So, I mean, if they want to waste their time like that, it's totally cool with me, but that's why I put it on subscribers only. But no, most people don't give me shit because I quit smoking about a year ago. Maybe it's been a little more, about a year ago, maybe a little bit more now. And moved to vaping and then lowering the amount of nicotine in it slowly. And so, no, thankfully, nobody gives me shit. At least none of the people that watch me do not give me shit about my vape, because I built a community of non-judgmental assholes right? We don't have judgmental assholes here. Thankfully, my chat is very non-judgmental. And I mean, everybody has their vices, whether it's coffee or buying clothes or sneakers. Mine is I quit smoking, and it costs much less to just have one of these. And this thing lasts me like a week or more, depending. And, I don't buy many things for myself. I vape once a week maybe, and my coffee. And so, no, nobody actually gives me a hard time. The only people that do are people who don't know me or trolls that pop in and say something like, it's one, and I find it to be the irony of it, the irony of some of the people who do say anything, they're all, turtle trolls. It's like, you just said you love Will the Glare who chain smokes. Like, what are you talking about? Like half the people they watch smoke and they have no problem with it when they're doing it. It's only a problem when I do it, right? So it's hypocritical, so it just makes me laugh. But no, nobody gives me a hard time about vaping, thankfully. To be fair, I'd be like, off if you don't like it, okay? F off. I quit smoking and I'm work one thing at a time, I quit smoking. I don't, as a matter of fact, just reminded me it needs to be plugged in. It's on 5%. But I quit smoking, and so I only have that. Need a gel. Oh. Hold on. All right. You said sarcastically. Okay, so. Yeah, no, I totally get it. I wouldn't want my kid to hear it either. That's why I have, the room. That would be so fun to live in an airplane. Well, that was cool because, he's, that's cool though, that he chooses, as long as he says, he's choosing it to give to a friend. That's okay too. It's when it gets taken for like the radio stuff, the regular songs is where it gets taken, and then they have no control over where it goes. It goes to the people who own the licenses to the music, which sucks. But then that's why I tell people, like, shut your super chats off then if you're going to do that. That way, if people they do CashApp or Venmo or Revolut or PayPal, and then you don't have to worry about YouTube taking, you know what I mean? You don't have to worry about that. It sounds cool. I would like to live on a plane now. Good for her. That was a pretty good song. Just saying. I will try to get a timestamp for when Carol's on. I love it. That's awesome. Game Time Patriots. Oh, Jesse's going to find the timestamp. Jesse's going to find it for you. You see that? This is why we love her. Oh, she got it. See that? Amazing. Love it. Oh, there was a sack already. What the? I am also glad that I have you guys to tell me what's going on at the Patriots game. Just saying. I also don't have cable, so I usually watch it with my neighbors on the porch with them. I don't know, just nicotine. I don't smoke weed. I'd be like a paranoid mess probably. I'd probably lock myself in a closet, eat a bowl of cereal, spill the cereal, and swear that a waterfall is falling on me. Like, I haven't smoked weed since I was like 18, maybe 19, maybe tops. It will. I never thought it would, but it will. I promise. No, listen, we all have our vices. You know what I mean? We all have them. Yeah. So, but some people do just have the weed pens. I don't smoke weed, so I don't have those, but just nicotine. It's just nicotine, flavored nicotine, basically. But you can lower the amount, the intake, so that you can lower it slowly, and then by the end, you're just completely done, and you don't have to worry about it at all. And it definitely is a better way than smoking a pack a day. I didn't start smoking, fun fact, until I was 21. So now that I'm going to be 39 this month, I think it was a good time to quit last year. Listen, that asteroid, I've been keeping an eye on it, okay? Because you guys, I'm a nerd. You guys know this, but I like space. I love space. And so I oftentimes will check like what NASA has going on and what asteroids might possibly be in the path of Earth and how big they are and so on and so forth. Because again, I'm a nerd and I like all things information from all different subjects. Physics, just random shit. I am very random, okay? Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he probably doesn't. I'm sure our family members, told us what to and what not to do. And they were all like, smoking is bad. Uh, hold on. All right. Okay. So first down, Patriots. Oh, WDE fan. That is awesome. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Cold turkey is something that I don't think anybody should do. Or maybe it does hit the moon, but that would suck too. Hey, Caribou. Hey, hey, hey. See? That's good. Listen, girl, okay? Ask the hubby. He's been trying to get me to do that for T-minus 11 years, okay? T-minus 11. Like, just take it, babe. I want to see what you're like. Hi. I'm like, no, not happening. He's been trying for 11 years. Anton Petrov. Interesting. There's a whole channel for that. You're totally welcome to come. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me know how it goes. I want updates. We bingo. I love it. Okay, so I'm still a mystery. I love it. Touchdown. I know, girl. Listen, okay, so this is a plan, all right? The plan is this. My birthday is Black Friday, okay? It's Black Friday. Last year, you guys know it was on Thanksgiving, so I did not get to celebrate and celebrate the year before that. I probably haven't celebrated since before COVID, literally. And I am determined this year. I have 2 weeks between now and 2 weeks to save enough money to call and order this damn party bus that I have wanted to do for many, many moons. So I'm doing it. It's happening. I'm determined to do so. But my birthday is on a Black Friday. So I need to decide whether it's going to be Black Friday, which is a pretty good night to go out, or am I going to do that next Saturday? I think if I go next Saturday, everywhere will just be dead because everybody went out Friday. So I feel like Black Friday is the day. That's the day. That is the day. So the meet point will be my house, and everybody will park their cars here, and we will get in said party bus, and then we will go. We'll go off into the abyss, and we will listen to music, and we will have a good time, and we will have some drinks, and we will laugh, and we will take pictures, and we will like it. We will celebrate. That is what we will do. That is how it goes. And in my head, that's the way it needs to go. That's the way it needs to freaking go. You know? Yeah, same. I can't stomach it. Oh my God, white rice and beans. Oh, so good. White rice, and I do like peppers, white rice, Hamburg, and season that bad boy with some sazon and some adobo and some cracked black pepper and garlic, and delicious, okay? Delicious. My husband won't do edibles because he's just silly. He won't do edibles. Will not do edibles. Well, this stream isn't about the trial, but if you want to email me, I can explain to you a little bit better why things got a little more focused in on some of the information that they got between the first trial and second trial, because they got more information between the first and second trial, more data. And so they were able to narrow it down better. Pat 7-0. All right, let's go into this nonsensical crap that happened. Yeah, mija. You gotta know, if you have that adobo and sazon, good chance the person's Spanish. Thank you. I mean, my legs are still killing me, but they're definitely better. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. But I could definitely explain it to you better via email than I could here, because this stream is like, it's a Sunday stream. So it's kind of just like a go with the flow sort of thing. But if you want to email me, I absolutely can fill you in on why. I can answer that question for you. Just send me an email, because otherwise I'll forget to like respond. If you don't send the email, I won't remember to be like, oh, you should have sent an email. By the way, Miss Carol Ann, I have not gotten an email back from you, and I need said information. So I do Christmas cards, okay, and I'm sending Carol a Christmas card. She's getting a Christmas card, whether she likes it or not. But I also have something else, and it's a surprise, and I'm not telling you what it is, because that would ruin said surprise. So I need your address to send that, or at least an address I can send it to. I guess it doesn't have to be yours if you're uncomfortable with that, but give me any address I can send it to. Friend's house, sibling, something, anything. Because then I can send said surprise and I have to worry about it. And because Carol is like me and doesn't really have a lot of family, she's going to get this Christmas card and surprise, and she's going to like it and smile. Yeah, some people say try a different strain, but I'm like, I think both would just make me a mess. You're totally welcome. All right, so I took notes, folks. Okay, I took notes. Okay, so here is what happened, right? Chris did his spaces. Okay. Last night, I let you guys go. I'm sure they will, Wallflower. I'm sure they will. Listen, me either. I'm always the giver. Like literally, I'm the giver, and so like when everything's under the tree, it's all everyone else. You know, I'm the giver, not the receiver. And then I usually have to skip my birthday in lieu of the kids, so it makes it a little more difficult. Hold on one second, guys. Gotta love a bill collector on a Sunday, dude, with the wrong address. All right. Let's see here. So, I know, right, Carol? Procrastination. Well, see, that's not true, Carol, right? That's not true. You have family now, right? Blood does not always have to be your only family, my friend, okay? And I will tell you from experience that when you don't have any living family, or you have living family that's toxic, you have chosen family, right? And I have, a very small group of friends who I love dearly, and they're family, right? Like they are family, bottom line. And it doesn't have to be blood relation to be family, right? And so you might not have had any family, but you do now, and you're stuck with us. So now you have the TT family, and we are all here together. And what I love about my community, you guys make me tear up. What I love about this community is that if someone is having a hard time or someone is struggling, everyone pitches in to try to figure out how we can make it better, right? And that is exactly the kind of community that I wanted to build. And it is the kind of community I am extremely, extremely proud of. You don't see a lot of this in other chats. You don't see this connection of people who, you might see connections of people, but you don't see the connections go so deep that strangers are willing to help one another or be there for one another. And for that, I am extremely grateful to have all of you, because the way I watch you guys check in with each other and love each other and have each other's backs is something that gives you that good feeling deep inside that you can't really get from anything else. And I'm very proud of it, because a lot of times, especially in creators chats, you'll see a lot of people that are just toxic and hateful and angry and mean, and somebody will pop in and maybe they're even new and they're like, I'm having a hard time. Like, I was just kind of looking for a place where people might be able to talk to me. And some creators get mad and they're like, that's not the topic of what we're talking about. Who cares? That's a live chat. You can still talk about your topic. People are still listening. But if there's someone there in the chat that's having a hard day and they need to talk about something, why not let them? Is it going to hurt you to not let them? Oh, it might take dollars out of your pocket. Oh, no, not that, right? That person, like my dad, could have been on the edge, and maybe that talk is what they needed to bring them back over it, right? Like, I always have to keep that in mind. And again, I'm human. We're all human. We make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. But you just try to be a better person today than you were yesterday. Right. And that's what you can do. Is all you can do is be a better person today than you were yesterday. Try, at least, So yeah, we roll deep, they see me rolling, trying to get me riding dirty. I'm just saying, now you're stuck with us. Just saying, totally stuck with us now. And so sorry, not sorry. You're stuck with us. Nobody at all. I could if I got an antenna. You are right. Me and my neighbors usually watch it together. Funny enough, we do. We watch it together. We usually just put her extra TV. She has an extra TV that the kids use in the basement. She usually puts that on her porch, because I don't have like a porch. I have a huge yard, but not like the way her porch is. It's like wide and long, and it's covered, so it's raining. We can still be out there. She just plops it right on a table and there's chairs, and we all watch it together usually. It's pretty cool. I love this, Carol. I love this. You are a freaking genius. That's so smart. And we do have live reports, because Carol's the best was giving us those live reports. Okay. So let me get in a little bit to what the actual FNF happened last night. All right. So we had our stream, right? Our not normal Saturday stream, because we don't normally do Saturday streams. Of course, if Carol emails me, I will happily pass along your number, my friend. FYI, Benny's a great person to call if you're wanting some good advice or to just chat, Jesus, that's not cheap. At least not for me. That's like groceries. That's not cheap. I mean, I use streaming services, so we have some free channels on like what is it, Pluto, maybe? And then Roku TV has like some free. I don't know which ones, but I also have Paramount, which I think is CBS, but I don't know if it does. I don't think it does live. Nonetheless, I usually am able to watch it, even if it's afterwards. I love your setup. It's amazing. Right? Okay. So see that? Well, she knows she's not alone, because I'm in the same boat, right? So it looks like there's a couple of us in that same boat, Heisenberg. And guess what? That's why we're going to spend Christmas together. You guys know you guys know my motto, right? I mean, I know Jesse knows it, but most of you know my motto when it comes to alone. And my motto is no one walks alone. Nobody. No person left behind, dude. Like, we walk this road together. No one does it alone. No one should have to do it alone. But we all have each other, and that's why we're doing a late night Christmas Eve stream for all of us who are awake still and alone, right? I still have to wrap gifts for my kids. And so guess what? We're all going to be together. whether it's Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I haven't decided whether I will have energy to do a Christmas Day one after all the shenanigans of my kids. But no one is ever alone, and that's why we're doing a late night Christmas Eve. So if you can stay awake late on Christmas Eve, if you can, we will be here, and you will not be alone. You will not. And anybody who wants to share their address, I'm happy to send a Christmas card. I have them all ready to go right here in my little drawer. I have to get more for this year, but Christmas card is one way of saying to someone, hey, I don't have a lot, but what I do have, I want to share that love, that Christmas spirit with you, and, it's a cheap little way to tell someone that you appreciate them and you care about them and that you want to say so in a way that they get to share. And some of my cards have little cards on them. Look at, they're so cute. I have a bunch of these, and then I have some sparkly ones. So I think I got to get at least another box. I think they come like 10 in a box or something like that. But exactly, we may not be in the same ship or boat. We're in the same storm. I love it. I love that. That's great. I love it. It is. It's the thought. It's literally the thought, It's the something little, like every year I pray that someone fills my stocking. Never happens, of course, because the kids never think of it. And I mean, you can't leave a man to do that, to be fair. And my husband worked for the same company for 10 plus years. And because in the winter they cannot build pools, the ground's frozen, they would get laid off right after Thanksgiving. And so there would be no income coming in around Christmas time. He wouldn't get his first unemployment seasonal check until after Christmas, so the first week of January. And so that made for a very difficult holiday season between sharing, buying. It's nothing he can buy at that point, until he gets paid. And so every year I would just somehow pull Christmas out of my ass, somehow, some way. But I always still was like, if my stocking is filled, my stocking used to be the favorite thing, even as a kid. But, as an adult, it's what's going to be in it? As an adult, you're not expecting. My grandmother used to put an orange in the bottom of everyone's stocking. And who else got an orange in their stocking? But as an adult, you can probably expect maybe a gift card to your favorite place of coffee, Mary Lou's, right? What about, maybe your favorite face cream or a scratch ticket, or in his case, marijuana, or maybe a new grinder, or maybe big thing of rolling papers and cones, or a new, jars. I would get him all sorts of random things that he would need or want or or, and I'm always thinking to myself, if I can just wake up and my stocking not be empty. I remember last year having to, no, the year before last, it was the year before last, having to my daughter finally started asking why my stocking was empty, my little. Mommy, did Santa forget you? I'm no. Mommy opened it before you woke up. That's what happened. So then I had to start just filling it with random household shit so that she didn't think that Santa forgot me. I never thought about it that way, if everybody else's is there, mine isn't filled, until she said that, and I was like, oh, damn it. Right? It's a man. Nothing to you men, but I blatantly been hello, fill my stocking, and he'll still forget. I mean, the man works hard. He's tired. He's tired. Can't expect him to remember everything that I remember. Me either. I try not to. Right? God damn it. Damn it. No, but there were reasons why he couldn't, you know what I mean? Before. Last year, to his credit, my Christmas gift was a TV, and my 55-inch Vizio that I had for probably 8 to 10 years broke when we moved. It cracked on the bottom. And so it cracked the corner of the screen, which ended up breaking the entire thing, and it would have cost more money to replace the screen than to just buy a new one. So he actually got me a 65-inch TV. And so I was very happy with my Christmas gift. And I don't even know how he hid that thing, but he did. He hid it, and I had no freaking idea. But it was a very nice gift, and I appreciated it for sure. And a couple of years ago, I did get my Beats headphones, which I love. I love these headphones. They're like the sport version, but they I lost a little. I gotta get more little things to it, but they actually do this around your neck, and also when they're not around your neck, when you're not using them, they have a magnet so that you can't lose them. They don't fall off your neck, or if you hang them, they don't. There's a magnet, and they just boop. And but this year, for some reason, I used to use them on calls all the time, and now people can't. I can hear them fine, but they say I sound muffled on the speaker of it. So obviously, after years of using them, something's wrong with the speaker on it, which is sad because I love these ones. My husband's like, I tried to find pink, and these are years old, but he's like, I tried to find pink, and they did not exist. I was sad they didn't have the pink version. Oh no, it's clear. He just doesn't usually, you know what I mean? Like when you get laid off right before Christmas, that's kind of put a damper in being able to do all that, you know? I love that for them. I love the McCordy brothers. Ray, goddamn it. Oh no, that's not good, Carol. Massachusetts and Rhode Island judges actually ordered them to do it. I have no idea if it actually happened or not. Actually, this morning or yesterday, was it yesterday? The first was yesterday. Yeah, I have no idea if the government actually did do what the judges told them. But I read in the paper that Rhode Island and Massachusetts judges ordered them to fund it. So I don't know if they did, but that's terrible. You know, the struggle is 100% real for people, and especially being on disability or on a fixed income. So that's not okay. I wish they would just get it together. You know, they don't care, obviously, because the government themselves, they get money for room and board and food and vehicles and free healthcare for life once you have served as a rep or a senator. And so they don't give a shit because they're not the ones losing it. They don't care. You know, they didn't work their whole lives into that taxes and then needed to tap into that help and then it not be there like some of you. And that's not okay either. You know, that's a fucking huge problem. But they don't give a shit because it's not them that have to deal with it. But I know that they were ordered to pay Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and that's what I saw yesterday. I don't know about other states, but I also don't know if they did or if they didn't, you know? Yeah. Yep. They did. They were ordered, but again, I don't know if they could break the order and just not do it, but no. Girl, listen. Sometimes you have to drag yourself out, you know? You got to just drag yourself out. Yeah, that's the other thing. Not having a car makes it even harder to even get to a place like that, you know? Oh, damn it. Falcon's got a touchdown. Now we're tied. You know? Most of us are here in Mass, but there are people from all over the country and the world. We have people from Canada and the UK and all sorts of places, you know? Yeah, that's crazy. It is Thanksgiving month, you know? Delayed. I do know. And I mean, I think most of the people, like, same with me though. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard. Life is hard. Life is tough for a lot of us. We just don't share everything publicly. I mean, I'm pretty much an open book, but if you all knew what I did from the time I woke up until the time I went to sleep and how much time I spent on doing things for other people, like, you'd be like, well, how do you sleep? How do you, like, get any sleep if you're doing all this all the time, 24/7, go, 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 go? Like, believe me, I don't know. How do I get anything done? Is any time to myself is amazing, you know, which is why I usually take Saturdays off. But, you know, I was like kind of not able to move yesterday. My legs were hurting so bad and they still hurt now. But yesterday was worse. It was so much worse, you know. That's kind of cool. I mean, we do have a voice chat in Discord that we can just chit chat via voice on. Listen, I hear that. You're not the only one, Carol. There are a lot of people who are too proud to go to like food banks and stuff. And a lot of times at the food banks, it's stuff that's almost expired or sometimes is expired, and it's minimal. It's minimal. It's minimal. I mean, it's still better than nothing, and it's definitely a help. but it's minimal. They maximize how many people they can help versus maximizing the quality of the food itself. So, you know, I feel like we always need help, but Jessie does an amazing, her and Scorpio and Ashley, they do, an amazing job of holding it down. I don't even know how they do it. I definitely couldn't do it myself. Milford, yeah. I mean, every city or town has one for sure, or they have churches or pantries, but still, it is one of those things that you're just like embarrassed, but don't let that get in the way of being able to eat, my friend. Yeah, my typing with my hands is a little much. All right, let me get to this tea because some shit happened, Some shit happened, all right? So, let me see if I can pull up part of it. So, I let you guys go after I did my live yesterday, right? And my special Saturday live. So, I did that, and then Chris was doing his spaces, right? On the Olivia / Flip stuff, right? Where Olivia and Flip, Joe Flip had been sort of started like an internet relationship of sorts. And she never wanted to meet up or video chat or send pictures. And the pictures she would send would be, kind of weird. Like, it's weird if you're sending pictures, but you don't want a video chat. If you're okay to send pictures, then you should be fine to video chat, right? That's weird, okay? That's strange. But then you would, like, apparently she was, like, making plans to, like, fly there, right? Like, oh, I'm going to hop on this flight and make this. And she would make these plans and then never follow through, never show up, never follow through. Okay? I hear she lives here in Massachusetts. I don't know. Like a catfish, right? Weirdo fucking behavior. It's weird shit. That's weird to me. That's strange, right? That's very, very strange. So she was doing all these extra things. And so I guess what was happening was she was editing the photos to slim herself down. Now, it's one thing to throw a filter on it. Most people do throw a filter on it, right? Other than the filter to smooth out my face, like to smooth out the redness in my face, I don't use a filter to like make my face smaller or my body smaller or anything like that. I never have. I never will. But no, nobody should be. I agree with you there. No one should be hungry or unhomed or medically uninsured. I 100% agree with you there. And I don't necessarily think that's socialist. I think we all paid taxes and most people work their entire lives. The three things that they should absolutely have if you're working your entire life is a place to live, food in your stomach, and health insurance that isn't going to cost you your left leg to carry, to have the insurance, it's a fact. And I don't use filters other than the one that smooths out my like rosacea on my face. Okay. I don't use them to slim my face. I know people do, but I just never felt like that was the thing that I would do, right? I mean, you want people to know you're you, no? And if you change your appearance so that you're not you, like you then can't meet anyone, it makes no sense, And Benny would go for you. Absolutely he would. So she was essentially changing the pictures to like slim her face down, slim her nose, slim the way she looked, and sharing older pictures, like 10 plus years older. So that's the weird thing, right? Making these, if you're starting this online like relationship, this romantic relationship with someone, but you refuse to meet up with them, you refuse to send a picture right this very second, right? That to me would feel sketchy as fuck. Okay, that's not sus at all. Exactly. You know what I mean? Oh, tinted moisturizer. Gotta love it though. I mean, moisturizer doesn't really work out well. I have like the driest skin on planet Earth because of psoriasis, so everything just looks cakey on my face. You know what I mean? No. No, of course not. You know, I agree with you. Definitely agree with you, Linda. Oh yeah, you're not far from me, about 20 minutes, although I don't drive, which sucks. I forgot about that. You are close by. Um, well, that's the thing, right? If you're listening to catfish stories, you're like, wait a second, this is ringing a bell, you know, ringing a freaking bell, right? Ring, 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 ring. It's ringing a bell, and especially somebody who's fairly young, right? I would consider people in their 20s, 30s, like you're fairly young at that point. Like, there's no reason that you should be making plans to meet up with somebody you're having like this romantic relationship with online, but then you don't want to ever video chat. Like, that's screaming catfish. Okay. And regardless of if she is who she says she is, okay, you might be who you say you are via the name. But if you have changed your pictures so much that you're unrecognizable from who you actually are, that's catfishing. Okay. Don't start a romantic relationship with someone if you're going to keep lying to them about meeting up with them. If you're going to keep lying to them about what you actually look like, if you're going to keep like, what's the point of continuing that relationship, in my opinion, other than to keep playing games with someone's mind, right? And then you want to go and call him psycho. That would drive any normal person psycho. You keep making plans with me and then making excuses on why you're not getting on the plane that you said that you were getting on, or why you can't video like normal people don't go, oh well, I can't video chat because that you could take a screenshot and that could be on the internet forever. Well, newsflash, every time you walk down the street or drive in your car somewhere, guess what? You're on camera. You're on fucking camera. Your phone cameras you. Okay? Your smart devices camera you. Surveillance all over the place fucking does. So it to me, to sit there and be like, Joe Flipperhead's a psycho. No, you made Joe Flipperhead psycho for that moment, for that minute, because that would drive anyone fucking insane. Anyone. Okay? I am on Flipperhead's side of this because I can see where all of this went wrong. All right? You keep promising you're going to get on this plane, you're going to on this date at this time and do all these things, and then you never have any intention of doing that, right? That's playing with someone's emotions. That's playing with someone's mind. That's literally fucking with someone. That's not okay, right? And I have heard no accountability for her. The excuse that they constantly use is, well, she did good work on Karen Reed's case and Turtleboy's case. Well, no offense, but if you know, apparently from my notes that I have from what people sent me, he decided that right after Chris's spaces last night, okay, right after it, he was going to go and do his own spaces after he canceled his show because the World Series was on, right? Canceled the show because the World Series, but then he went on to do a 3-hour fucking spaces. Interesting. So there was a woman who was friends with Olivia and thought she had made a new bestie, right? And had invited Olivia to her house. They lived near, you know, not right next to each other, but enough where Olivia could go to her house, and she would never show up. She would never come, but she would be on the phone with her. The 2 times they video chatted, Olivia had to go to Starbucks to do it. Why do you need to go to Starbucks to do it? That's fucking weird. Okay. Then the other time I took a picture, she wanted to remove all the metadata from it. Why remove the metadata? For what reason would anyone have to remove the metadata from a picture, right? And so this poor friend was like, you know, I bought her excuses because I thought she was a genuine friend, and I never cared what she looked like. It didn't matter to me. And for most women, it wouldn't matter, because a friend is a friend. It doesn't matter what they look like. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, that's weird. Judging people on what they look like, that's weird, right? So while Olivia apparently has tried to make it all about the catfishing pictures that she herself catfished, right? It's not about that. It's about the fact that you were playing with people's emotions and lying 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 and leading people on, friends, romantic relationships, the whole fucking shebang. Over what? Over the way you looked? That's weird. That's fucking strange. So really, the only person who cared about the way she looked that much was Olivia herself, right? At that point, Joe even sent her like a message being like, I don't know what all of this is, like, but if it's about the way you look, we have a deeper connection than what you look like, right? Like, that's not, I don't care about that, right? And so it just goes to show, like, that was before anything came out publicly about all of this, right? Like, Joe took responsibility for any, Flip took responsibility for any phone calls he made, which, by the way, was a number that was registered online to her herself. And he didn't know it was her parents' landline. You know what I mean? At all. So, touchdown Patriots. So, you have this other woman who was friends with Olivia, who was like, I had this whole friendship with her. I talked to her every freaking day, and, there were just things that I look back on and I'm like, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that's strange. She's like, and then she completely ghosted this woman, right? After months and months and months, or a year, I think it was a year, she said, of talking to her every day. So she completely ghosted this woman after this woman asked, a specific question. Olivia got the police involved. That's what it was. And she said, oh, the cops are going to be calling you. And so this woman's like, for what? Like, can you fill us in on what? And she would say, oh, I'll call you. And then just would keep putting it off for days and then just eventually ghosted her. Okay. So, yeah, listen, making fun of his accent was a little crazy to me, considering we live in Boston. Most of us live in Boston, and we have fucking heavy Boston accents. That's crazy to me. All right. He lives in Philly, I believe. Who gives a shit about his accent? Is that like, you know what I mean? Like, that's so weird to me that people make fun of shit like that. And for me, it's more that you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument, so you use things like the way someone looks that you want to make fun of, or how much money they make, or any of those things, which is fucking weird. Once again, fucking weird. Very strange. Okay? It's what it sounds like to me, and from everything that I have seen publicly and privately, to me, all of it is Olivia was hiding something. And to me, here's the thing. If it's just about your looks, that's weird. I feel like she's hiding something more, right? Because what the fuck, like, people don't go to those lengths of making a friendship with another woman as a friend. Like, I don't know. Something's not right here. Something screams that something is not right, okay? Right. He wasn't exactly. He liked her. Like, they were talking for a while. And so people who don't know the whole story just listen to the sewer turtle and whatever he says, and they just parrot the bullshit that he says, all right? And they go after Flip. Now, from my notes here, the sewer turtle last night said something along the lines of, hold on, that it should, that everything with Olivia and Flip should have remained private. And apparently Olivia jumped on the spaces reveling in the attention she was getting and took zero fucking accountability. Shocker. Took zero accountability and made more excuses. And, all Aiden did, yeah, he did a spaces. I have no idea if it's still there or not. I didn't listen to it. I got the notes version of it. But apparently he got on there and just kept using the excuse of, well, she did good work for the Karen Reed case and for my case with that mega motion. That mega motion he talks about is the most lazy fucking legal work I have ever seen in my entire life, dude. That thing could have been cut straight in half without repeating the same points 75 times over and putting a fake medical condition in there. No judge is going to find that cute at all, okay? I think his ex account, it would be under his ex account. But so ironic that he says that the Olivia and Flip stuff should remain private when he was the one. No, it wouldn't be on YouTube. It's on X. It was a Spaces, so it would be on X. So I think it's like at Dr. Turtleboy, I think. It's not YouTube. But so here he goes saying it should remain private. He's the one that blew it up. Nobody would have known or been the wiser except for a few people behind closed doors. about it until he used it as a distraction against him wiretapping Karen. So I find it hilarious that he even fucking said that, right? Then Olivia jumps up and, oh, thank you, thank you. You know, all he cares about is that she is helping with legal work, and he assumes that she's doing a great job and she's so very smart. And I hate to burst his fucking bubble, but that mega motion is probably one of the laziest legal fucking documents I've ever seen in my life. It literally just repeats the same 5-6 things over and over and over and over again. You use a fake medical condition term in it. No judge is going to find that cute. As a matter of fact, you're going to piss the judge off by doing that, because the judge is going to know you're trying to gaslight him, okay? You put a bunch of irrelevant, nonsensical things in there that are not, you're supposed to be doing a legal argument, right? The judge doesn't care about your narrative. The judge doesn't care about the he said, she said, Turtleboy derangement syndrome. It is the most lazy legal document I have ever seen, and they call this a mega motion? That's what you're praising her for? Oh my God. People are pumping up this girl's brain that she's so awesome and cool, and no one is telling her that's not good work. That's not good work. You could have halved that entire fucking thing by not repeating it 72 times, the same thing over and over, or using fake medical terms that are going to piss off the judge. A little common sense here or there would tell you that. Seems like she's never really had attention, in my opinion. And in my opinion, it sounds like she's reveling in all of this. Oh, Turtleboy loves me and thinks I'm great. Shit. And in reality, what's going to happen is you're going to get in front of a judge with that mega motion, and the judge is going to be like, what the fuck is this? Right? And to be fair, Bettero signing off on it just tells me exactly what kind of a lazy attorney he is. You're lazy. You're not a good attorney. Bottom line. If you were, no attorney that I know of, none, zero, would allow a term of a fake medical condition into a legal paperwork that's going to go to a judge. I mean, bottom line, that's gross. Like, no judge is going to find it cute at all. So if we're praising her for that mega motion and charts, you wasted fucking time, and the judge doesn't give a shit about your charts, dude. Okay? The judge wants to hear a legal argument for your defense. They don't want to hear your narrative about why you think people don't like you. All right? The judge doesn't give a shit about why you don't think people like you, because you cannot speak for someone else's state of mind or why someone thinks something. We don't like you because you're a fucking liar. Because every word out of your mouth is a spin on the truth. It is a bold-faced lie or a spin on the truth that hurts an innocent person, so you can shield yourself from the shitty things you've done from getting out into the public. That is why people don't like you. There's no such thing as Turtleboy derangement syndrome. You know what there is a such thing as? An egomaniac, a narcissist, a sociopath. Check all those boxes for the turtle. All of them. Every last fucking one of them. Okay? Every last one of them. Now, I have an exact quote from what he said last night on his ridiculous space, okay? And Lily really hammered in on him, apparently. And so I had asked Lily, like, is he doing that thing? You know, because I refused to listen to him, but I was reading the comments from it. And I'm like, is he doing that thing where he pretends he doesn't know what you're saying because he can't think of a lie fast enough, so he needs more time to think of a lie to answer your question, so he repeats the entire question that you just asked slowly so he can think of a lie? And she sent back a laughy face and was like, yeah. And then he kicked me out. And it's like, that's one of the tactics that he uses, which is when someone asks him a question, he'll pause for an ill minute, and then he'll repeat the question back to you, acting like he doesn't understand. Well, if you didn't understand, you wouldn't be able to repeat the question back to me, right? So he needs more time to think up a lie. So he'll stop and he'll repeat the question and try to think up a lie to spew. And then out comes the lie, you know? Yeah, so she said he kicked her out. Yeah, that was the fake medical term that doesn't exist. Turtle derangement syndrome. Doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. That's the word that he came up with to explain why people don't like him. People don't like you because you're a fucking liar, dude. Because you're a liar and you're a fucking hypocrite. There's a difference. Nobody wants to hear you sit there and shit on other people. Imagine going on and on and on and on about someone else having a side chick when you've had many a side chick. Make it make sense, okay? He's trashing everyone else on planet Earth for doing all of the things that he has done or is doing, and then screams that these people need to take responsibility and accountability for the way he spins the actual truth. Yeah, he put it in a legal document. Sure did. Is it? Oh my God, that's hilarious. See, this is what I mean. And I said to Lily in the message, I said, Lily, I can pin down what he's going to do before he's going to do it. Why? Because it's a force of habit for him, right? It's a force of fucking habit. You know? There's cults on both ends of this bullshit, which is why I run to the beat of my own drum, right? I'm not in a fucking cult. I'm in a family. I'm in a community of people. I don't deal with cults. We don't do cult mentality here. I don't tell you guys who to watch, who not to watch. I give you the facts of how shitty Turtleboy is, right? And the things that he does to people. What you choose to do with those is up to you. I don't care who you watch, who you don't watch. I'm not going to sit here and say, you're not loyal to Twisted Tragedies if you go and you watch Desperate Child. Some people just want the tea. They want to know what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? And I respect that. Like, that's their choice. They can choose, well, somebody's, that person was on this person's, someone who's been made fun of you and they donated to that channel. That's their money. They can donate to whoever they want. Like, that's not I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, I'm a small channel, so every dollar matters, but it's not up to me to decide who talks to who and who spends their money where. That's weirdo shit. Demanding that people give you their loyalty and go to no other channels that you don't like, demanding that they donate to you and only you, demanding that they go to your parties or they're dead to you. Like, that's weirdo shit. That's control. That is someone who has to have control over everything and everyone around them. That is not normal. That's not normal. It's just not, okay? It's not fucking normal. Yeah, exactly. It's processing the question to lie some more. You know what I mean? It is. And he actually did put that in a legal document. I kid you fucking not. Like, that's what he does. Or he'll do this thing, right? Yeah, hyperlinks? Who the fuck doesn't know how to do a hyperlink? I mean, the fact that Betero didn't do it is just like lazy. You're lazy. Do you not have paralegals? You know what I mean? Like, you put that shit in a legal document, dude. Or you allowed her to, one or the other. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's lazy as fuck. Broke that order again, right? Broke it again. Yeah. We know that this cult's all over the place. It's kind of fucking weird. This demanding loyalty shit from people and telling them who they can or who they should talk to and who they shouldn't and why everyone, it's nuts to me. You were my first text every morning. You're my first response every morning, So, no, it was a bad idea. It was a bad idea and it's fucking stupid. It's dumb, So, yeah, a lot of people do. They want to see what's going on. You know what I mean? They want to see what's going on. I respect that. They want to see what the fuck's going on. I don't blame them. If I didn't cringe every time his voice popped up, maybe I would pop in, but I cannot physically cannot do it. So I have wonderful people like Jesse and Scorpio and other people who tell me what's in. Scorpio will check out all the comments and tell me, and Jesse will listen to things that I will not. And so I have, people who check it out for me so that I physically don't have to. But I have a direct quote last night from something that he said. And this one was important to me for you guys to know about specifically because it tells you everything you need to know about him. Okay. I did not hear about this, Jim. So Jim said, I'm not sure if it's in your notes, but someone asked if his family gave or gives him advice. He said they don't talk about Turtleboy because the more they talk about it, so that no, they don't. They're embarrassed of it. They don't want anything to do that has anything to do with Turtleboy at all. And I can tell you that because, well, he has many exes that I speak to, and so his family does not want anything to do with Turtleboy. They're embarrassed of it. They don't agree with it, and so they want absolutely zero to do with it. And gee, can you blame them? Can you fucking blame them? I just can't, Sam. I can't because the amount of lies that comes out of the man's mouth is too much for me, right? And when he gets caught in the lies, he does that thing where he, extra like answers the question by repeating it so he can think of a lie. Or he'll do this other thing where he's like, well, who are you anyway to even ask me that? Who are you? Who even are you? You're a no one. You don't have a channel, or you're just a viewer, or like, who cares what you have to say? Like, those are like the things that he'll do to sort of like not have to answer it, right? Or he does this thing where you're pissed off and so you're going, right? And you're like, well, fucking, what about this, right? And he does this thing where he'll calmly like bring himself down on purpose to be like, and be very patronizing, to be like, well, what are you so upset about? I don't understand what you're so upset about. It's like, don't fucking patronize me and gaslight in front of everyone else. Like, the fact that people don't pick up on the patronizing and the gaslighting, like he's doing it on purpose because he doesn't want to answer the fucking question. Okay? He doesn't want to answer the question. It's putting him in a really shitty position. And if he answers it and he lies and it's found out that he lies, that's going to be another fucking problem, right? So instead of having to answer it, he plays this whole, well, you're not important and I am game. I'm super, super famous and important. What he doesn't realize is you have like 100 and something thousand subscribers. Like, that still means not even a quarter of the country knows who the fuck you are. You're not even an F-list celebrity. You're not even a Z-list celebrity, my dude. Okay? Touchdown, Patriots! You're not, who the fuck are you is the question, right? He wants to ask who everyone else is and that they're not important. Who the fuck is he? He's a no one. He's not important. I certainly am not. But the problem is that he thinks he is, right? He thinks he's the almighty importance, and whatever he says is more important than what anyone else has to say. And this headband's going to be the death of me today. Usually they stay. This one is like having an issue today. It needs a tissue. This is my Sunday here. Don't care. So just in case we're wondering. So he does that thing where he like acts like he's way more important than everyone else and doesn't want to answer the question. So he just goes, oh, well, what do you, why does it matter? You're a no one. Like, why does it matter? Right? Like, so he'll do the question thing where he re-answers, like asks the question to himself basically and like pauses so he can think of the lie. Then there's the you don't matter and I'm more important than you thing that he does. Then there's the gaslighting thing that he does where he acts like you're mad for no reason, which again is some weirdo shit, okay? And then he'll do this other thing where if he gets mad enough, he'll just start screaming and yelling, and he'll just start talking about something that's completely irrelevant to like what you said or what you asked or what you were talking about. Completely irrelevant, where he starts with the random insults and, people who aren't from the States, like, oh, you're not even from Massachusetts, you're from New Hampshire or Rhode Island. It's like, okay, those are surrounding states, like still New England, or, oh, you're from Australia. That's, like, you're not answering the questions, right? And he's not going to answer the questions because he knows what will happen if he tells the truth. Just keep that in fucking mind. But so apparently, and this is something someone else brought to my attention, and I thanked them because I asked them to go back and give me the exact quote. I wanted the exact quote. And I'm glad that they did, okay? This is what he said. He said to Lily, while she was on the spaces, asking him, I don't even know what the question was, but she was asking him something like important that he didn't want to answer, okay? And his response to that was to say to her, you're a fan. You're a follower. I'm the creator. You should be thanking me for even talking to you. I just want to throw out there, that is how he feels about all of his followers, all of his community, all of his people that support him and give him money day in and day out. That is how he feels about them, that they are underneath him, that they should be thanking him for even having a conversation with him because he is the almighty amazingness and they are nothing and nobody. Okay? That's not normal. Normal creators do not treat people who follow them and support them like that. They do not. Because without you guys, where am I? Where am I? Without you, I don't exist as a creator, right? Without an audience, right? But this is narcissistic. This is egotistical. This is an inflated sense of self. Okay. This is, you're a fan and I'm the creator. You should be thanking me for talking to you. What? That is what he thinks. So don't get it twisted. This isn't just what he thinks, and I no pun intended. Don't get it twisted. But this is what he thinks of all of the people that watch. You're just a fan. You're just a follower. You're just a fan. I don't have to give you my time. And since I'm giving you my time, you need to bow down to me and thank me for even speaking to you. He is acting like he's fucking Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt doesn't even act like that. Do you see where the problem lies? And for me, it's like, how do these people not pick up on this? How? I just don't understand it. She's true crime kangaroo. Lily is true crime kangaroo. And he won't directly speak with Chris, I think, because he knows Chris will annihilate him with questions that he doesn't want to answer once again. You're right. Nothing about him is normal. But that is quite the ego. It's exactly how he is. I don't think I can play it because I have him blocked. And so I don't even think I could if I wanted to for you guys. I don't think I can. Let me see. No, I don't think that I can. On a computer. On a phone, I think I can, but I cannot on a computer. Let me look. Yes, thank you. That's exactly it. Now, again, I don't want to knock any creator that needs to make money because that's our job. We have to, right? If we don't, I mean, this has been a really bad week for me. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's just been a really, really, really bad week for the channel as a whole. But you have to make money. But to treat people as if they don't matter because they're followers of yours, I'm sorry. Any one of those followers could start their own channel at any point. Why are they any less important than you are as a person? They're people too. They're people who support you, and you can't give them the basic respect of having a conversation as if you're somehow better than your fans or your followers, or as I like to call them, family, community. He doesn't think of it as a community or a family. He thinks of it as a fucking piggy bank. Okay? Right? Like, I don't consider people fans. You know, maybe casual watchers, maybe, you know, people who don't really watch, but once in a while, maybe they're just, you know, a fan of the show and you know, like it. But I consider you all more of a community and a family than I do a fan. I just feel like that word is weird. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not Brad Pitt. He's not Angelina fucking Jolie. Like, he's not Charlie Hunnam. Okay? I do, right? Me too. I want to like scream and be like, you are a fucking liar. You know? He was hinting, saying he wants to reconsolidate his relationship with Karen. They are better together. Lots of his followers are siding with Karen. Oh, with Karen. That's just gross at that point. You know? And I think in my notes, someone said that he tried to spin the whole, oh, well, Karen created me, those comments that he made. I owe her a thank you. And I guess Lily pointed out that he was resentful, that he did it as a dig. It was meant as a dig. It wasn't meant as he really should thank her and that she made him. He was saying it as a dig because Karen screamed at him on the phone and said, you should be thanking me. I made you. You were sleeping on a fucking couch before all of this. You had no money. You were driving an old beat up car. Like, without me, there is no any of the stuff that you got and are doing. So you owe me. Stop saying I owe you. So that's what Karen was screaming at him about in the wiretap phone call. She's saying, I don't owe you a fucking thing, Aiden. You owe me, if anything. Stop telling people you went to jail for Karen Reed. You didn't go to jail for Karen Reed, all right? That didn't happen. That's not a thing. And so she kind of challenged him on that, and he didn't like it. So he started going on these shows, making these digs like, well, she made me who I am, so I owe her. Thank you, because that's what she said to him. That wasn't said because he actually believed it, right? It was a condescending way to throw a dig because he was very resentful and angry about it. And so I guess Lily pointed that out, and he tried to play the whole, oh, well, I said it. I obviously believe it because I said it. Like, no, you said it to me. Anybody listening to that now after knowing the wiretap thing, like after hearing that, you can tell he's saying it to be a condescending asshole. He doesn't actually believe that Karen made him or that he owes her. He believes it's the other way around. He absolutely said it as a way to take a dig, a common sense. So I guess he tried to play it off once again as the liar that he is. Like, no, I said it. So obviously I believe it. It was obvious to anyone else listening that you were resentful and angry. Anyone else listening would have known exactly what you were doing. The problem is that any of the turtle writers actually believe that. He's literally telling you to not hear what you heard and not see what you saw. Just listen to him. And he gaslights them into oblivion. Oh, no, I actually meant it. Anybody with fucking ears and eyes can clearly tell, no, you didn't. It was a way to take a dig at her privately and publicly at the same time, knowing that she knew exactly what the fuck you meant. Stop it. It's the way he does everything. These sort of roundabout, veiled threats that he does, and then he likes to claim, oh, it's not a threat. Oh, well, that's not what it was. We know, dude. Like, stop playing the game as if that's not, I mean, that's sick, right? He's a very sick human being where he likes to pretend. That's his famous thing to do is pretend. He's not a good actor, but he likes to pretend, you know? A challenge for TV and the Latch On Boy Glare. Stop all content that pertains to Karen Read for 30 days. Come up with something new. He can't because he would lose revenue and such. Bottom line. I agree with that. I mean, I like he can't do trials. He can't read the legal documents. It's truth. He can't. He can't. He can't read the legal documents and he can't break it down to you guys in the way that me or someone else might be able to. He does think he's God. Literally. That's part of the problem. Hello, cult mentality. Someone thinking that they're higher and better than everyone else. I don't know why they haven't gotten it yet. You know? I got him to read a freebie once. Good for you. Good for you. What? Jess was saying that Karen Read should go to one of his court appearances, not only for a show. She's not going to go to one of his court appearances. He tried to blackmail her, and throughout the entire first and second trial was holding things over her head and still sort of like stepping on her neck. Like, I'll go to the police with this if you don't do this. I will go to the police and do this. If I'll tell the world this if you don't do this. That's what he's been doing since trial one. Let's be blunt here. That is what he's been doing since trial one to Karen Read. Why is it that you think that she doesn't support him anymore? She attempted to try to keep him shut up, but that wasn't working because it's never ending with him, right? You can try that, but he's going to keep doing it until the end of time. So until you stop and go fuck yourself, it's going to keep going, right? So he's been doing that the entire time until she finally told him to fuck off, right? It's not rocket science. And the fact that these turtle writers aren't getting it, it's just not clicking in their heads. Come on, man. Come on. It's a broken record, but that's also a way to that's brainwash. That's the way to brainwash people, right? A way to brainwash people is to repeat the same thing over and over and over and then have other people repeat it. The cultists repeat it over and over and over until people actually believe it's true. They don't actually know whether it's true or not. They're taking him as his word. And so basically he'll take something and spin it to his spin beyond its truth, spinning it the way he wants it into his narrative, and then repeats it to all these people. And he'll keep saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it until they're saying it and saying it and saying it. And you'll see on X or YouTube, or they'll come into a comment section and write exactly word for word what he stated. Whether it's an insult, whether it's a dig, whether it's a fact that's not actually a fact, it's false, but he said it. So they repeat it as if it's a fact. That's the part that I don't understand, because once they're out of it, they understand it. They see it, right? Once they're out of that sort of cult mentality, they're like, shit, how did I not see this? How did I not see the manipulation right in front of my face? The man is clearly telling me not to hear what I heard or see what I see. And I bought into it like an idiot. You know? I agree with you wholeheartedly, Space Coast. I do, you know? But he thinks he is. And as long as people keep gassing him up for him to think that he's important, he's going to keep doing it. It's a passive aggressive thing, you know? And then he'll try to walk it back because he'll say, that's not, I didn't actually, you did. We heard you. Come on, man. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it'll never change. He'll never have a chance at changing ever. He's in his mid 40s, and this is shit he's been doing for 20 years, but at least 10 publicly, you know? Anybody who has ever trusted him or even been an acquaintance of his has gotten burned with lies because they got too close. They learned things about him that he didn't want out there in the public. And so he attacks first, so that that person, when they finally do speak up, he just says, oh, well, they're just mad I exposed them. That's his go-to. Oh, and it's funny because in his private messages, he admits this. He admits it in his private text messages to people. And those private text messages are going to come out to the public eventually. And I hate to say it, but I'll say it again, as I've said a million times, when they do come out and people do start to realize what's going on, don't say I didn't fucking warn you. Don't say that you didn't know that he laughs at his supporters and followers privately. I would never do such a fucking thing. That's disgusting. It's deplorable. Every one of you is a human being, no better than me. I'm no better than any of you. That's the bottom line. We're all human beings. The way he talks about how most of them are middle-aged women and they'll believe anything he says, and how they're all ugly and bored with their own lives, so they love the turtle. Like, that's the way he speaks about these people. Like, they're dumb. They're dumb. He makes fun of the way they look. He makes fun of their lives. He makes fun of how old they are, how much money they make. And then, just to put insult to injury, he laughs about how he can berate them as much as he wants and call them as many names as he wants, and they'll just keep coming back and sending him more money. To me, that's the part that hurts the most, because I've seen those messages with my own eyes. And to think that, like, I know that and all of these people don't. And eventually, like, I have publicly said this a million times. These are the things he says about all of you. And people just, it goes right. Either they say, oh, why the fuck would I lie? I have no reason to lie about that. It's going to be public eventually through court. I don't know why. Like, I don't say it for my fucking health, right? When it does become public through his trials, don't say I didn't fucking tell you. Don't say nobody didn't warn you. Don't say that fucking you were misled, because I've been telling you all from God knows how long. He doesn't care about any of his followers. He doesn't give a shit about them. He thinks he's better than everyone, and they should all bow down and give him everything he wants and then some. And if he's got to give up a little sympathy story to do so, then he will. Cardi B with Mr. Kraft. I love it. I love it. Stefan Diggs are having a baby. Oh, shit. They don't, Linda. That's the part that gets me. They don't understand. They think he's God. They don't want to understand. They want to be in the cult. They want attention. There's better ways to find a community and get attention than that kind of hate and anger, because it'll eat your soul. That narcissistic making fun of people because you have no arguments, or you just go to insults automatically. You just parrot the shit he says about people. Make no mistake, you will be on the other end of him doing that. And when you are on the other end of him doing that, you will not think it's cute. You will not think it's funny. As a matter of fact, because he lies so much, all the lies that he will eventually tell about them, they will not think it's cute. Or their loved one, or their family, or their friend, they'll be blown away. And it's like, don't be blown away. You were told a million times. You just chose not to listen. You know? Measles, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't think she didn't lose her house. She sold it. And that's the thing. He says if it wasn't for him, she would have lost everything. That's not true. A, she had attorneys. That's their job. And B, there were 1,000 other content creators covering it. It doesn't matter if he was the first one to cover it. Eventually, someone else would have been the first one to cover it. It would have gotten covered anyway from someone in Massachusetts. I was covering it early on. I think it was like me, the Young Jerks, him, the Glare, Tom. There was like very early on people would have covered it regardless, right? Eventually. And so he thinks he's the only reason. Stop it, dude. Stop it. Some people who were pre-Karen Reid absolutely hated him, wanted nothing to do with anything that had anything to do with him other than them thinking Karen was innocent. They could not stand him at all. And so he fails to realize that there were plenty of people who wanted nothing to do with him specifically, that donated, that helped out, like they hated him. There were a ton of them. That's a good question, Linda. You ask YouTube. They should have a long time ago. I don't know if just enough people don't report the stuff as hateful. I don't know. I think people gave up on it. I don't know. You know? Oh, JFK played a clip. You know? She sold it. She sold it. So you know what? Let me see. Oh my God. I'll see if I can pull it up maybe a little on my phone. I know that I can't pull it up on the computer, but sometimes the phone will let you when the computer doesn't. Fun fact. Oh, the light's freaking out again because I'm using my phone while it's plugged in. But a fun fact is, okay, so while I'm doing that, while I'm getting it, because I do want you to hear parts of it that I have notes on because they're just bad. And it just shows you who he is. And I was also in my notes, it says that at the end of him like booting Lily out, the first thing he says is, see, she just made herself look like a fool and that was great. Or something along those lines. And it's like, that right there is him telling people what to think. That's his way of being like, that's what you now think. You now think she made a fool out of herself and that I'm awesome. When in reality, anyone listening to it would have known it was the opposite way around, that he made a fool out of himself. So like, that's his way of controlling what the narrative is. See guys, she's foolish. Like he knows damn well he was the one who looked foolish. Well, I feel like a lot of people don't do that research though, Heisenberg. You know, they just automatically assume that because he said he went to jail for her, that's what happened. They don't bother to take the 10 seconds of research to actually look into whether that's a true statement or a false statement. Right? Most people know he didn't go to jail for Karen, and then he tries to argue now that, oh, well, I was on bail for that, so I wouldn't have had a bail to revoke. Does he not realize that with or without a bail to revoke, they still could have arrested him without bail to revoke? It's arrestable offense to assault someone. He was charged, remember, with the assault at first. They would have arrested him whether he had bail or not. So the bail is completely irrelevant. And also, he chose to go to the kids' sports games. He chose to take a bullhorn and go past each person's house. That's witness intimidation. No matter what way you slice it, that's not just asking questions. That's witness intimidation. If the mob sent someone to do that, do you think they would be charged? Of course they would. You had those charges for your own actions. Your own. Nobody forced you to do those things. You did it yourself. And really, the bail has nothing to do with it, because when you assault someone and you're charged with assault, you're going to get arrested anyway. So whether you had bail or not is completely irrelevant. Yeah, they revoked your bail, but they could have just arrested you and held you anyway. Like the judge could have put a bail on you that you were held on. Like no bail. Or your bail was so high you couldn't afford to pay it. The bottom line is they could have arrested you with or without you having other cases. You know what I mean? He did that shit himself. Nobody told him to. He did it on his own, you know? Because she was being blackmailed just like everyone else. But then it starts to stand to reason. I think people are asking the wrong questions. What people should be asking is, what is she so afraid of him releasing that she would appease him for all that time? That's the question that people should be asking. What you should be asking is, what is on the recordings to the point where she doesn't want them all released? That's the question you should be asking, because I know the answer. If it couldn't hurt her legally in any way, shape, or form, and it wasn't illegal, and it wasn't lies, then why not release the whole thing? Who cares? The question people should be asking is, why doesn't she want that recording released? That wiretapped phone call, which is a video, by the way, originally. But these are his own actions. He chose to do these things, and then he gets charged with them, and then he wants to cry victim. Same thing he's done a million times over. He cries victim. And it's funny because he talks about people, messing restraining orders and like, oh, they use it as using the system as a weapon. We are talking about the only man that I have ever come in contact with that has perpetually used the legal system as a sword and a shield, who has used it for his benefit, who has brought in a multitude of times, which we have proof of, fake, false evidence to set someone else up that he doesn't like that they already have a case against him or are already suing him. So then he goes to the lengths of making up fake evidence, sending fake emails, making fake accounts under their name to threaten himself, okay, and bringing all this stuff into court and saying they did this to me, I'm the victim. Is that not using the legal system in a way it's not supposed to be used? I mean, he walked into court twice now, recently, and said he was afraid of Kate Peter, a woman, and he's afraid of Lindsay. 2 women, he's afraid of them. First of all, no one believes that, okay? That's a ploy to use it. And sadly, Lauren told me herself when she found out Lindsay existed way back when, that Aiden was just using her for the Kate stuff, and that she was going to drop all the Kate stuff because really it was just Aiden wanting Kate to go to jail. And she was going to drop it all because she didn't want to deal with it anymore. But then somehow he roped her back in, you know? But when she, realized that he was just using her, she was like, he's been using me basically to just do this Kate stuff because he wants Kate in jail. He doesn't, I'm about to just drop all this stuff. What does that tell you? Because I know what it tells me, right? This is the stuff he does, not just to them, but to many other people, all right? They'll go and lie to the courts, lie to the cops, make up fake evidence just to do this petty spite, hate thing where they're telling the truth about him and then he has to go and lie about them to try to get an order or get them revenge arrested or whatever for some fake charge because he's mad because he's being called out himself. Then he talks about other people using the system. No, see, it is a crime. Then he talks on and on and on. He always talks about the First Amendment. First Amendment, First Amendment. The First Amendment has limits. Okay, it's not absolute. You cannot threaten, even veiled threats. Like he likes to say, like, oh, I don't physically threaten anyone, and you can't physically threaten people. Just because you're not physically threatening them doesn't mean you're not threatening them. Blackmail is a charge, a criminal charge. Using your speech, you cannot blackmail someone. That's illegal. That's harassing people. Stop it. Stop trying to use it as some sort of fake shield, the First Amendment, freedom of speech, wah, wah, wah. He only likes the freedom of speech when it's his speech. When it's anyone else's speech, he's trying to have them arrested for it because he didn't like that they told the truth about him. So now he's got to make up fake evidence to harm this person that he doesn't like them telling the truth about him. So it's funny how much he likes the First Amendment when it only applies to him, though, right? He doesn't like anyone else's First Amendment, just his own. Doesn't sound like a First Amendment guy to me. Just saying. I'm just saying. Now I'm going to get this pulled up, and I will do this for you guys. Yeah, while I try to get this pulled up, because I think it's important to hear like where the lies come, right? Do me a favor and you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. If you can donate to the channel, it would be very helpful. We are a small channel. We didn't have a great week, and I would appreciate it wholeheartedly if you can contribute. That would be amazing. There's one of a bunch of different ways you can do it. CashApp, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, for those of you who are out of country. We have Revolut. That works for a bunch of different countries. You can send and receive money to and from. That's why I have it. I got it because people in the UK actually asked me to, and so that's why I have it. It has great exchange rates too, by the way. You can exchange it right there from whatever currency they send it in right into US dollars or vice versa, which is kind of cool. And you can send it to your own account, which is pretty cool. So we have that, and then we have a link in chat and in the description of the video where you can just click on it and use credit or debit. You can enter any amount you want. You can remain anonymous doing any of them. You can get yourself a membership to the channel. Ooh, which reminds me, before I do this other thing for you guys, that I have 5 more free memberships for the month to be able to give out to you guys. So let's do that now. Let's shake at the bushes and see who gets them. I only have 10 total each month. I gave out 5 yesterday because yesterday was the first. I'm going to give out the other 5 now. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Laura. All right, I'm going to give out the other 5 now. So fingers crossed that Jessie gets one because she always gets skipped. And we need to get these people them that can't get them on their own, you know? So I'm going to gift all of the 5 I have left for the 10 that YouTube gives me a month. All right. Lucky recipients selected by YouTube get 1 month of access for Twisted Turkey. Okay, ready? Here we go. Fingers crossed. Oh, let's see who gets them. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We got Laura. Ashley. Ashley gets one. That's a good thing. Sharon. Janice. KB all day. Well, Laura got one and Ashley got one. That's good. One mod down, right? 1 mod down. Yeah, it always skips Jess for some reason. You know, it always does. I don't know why, but it just does. Aggravates my life, but it does. I can't control it. Can't control it. It just, YouTube chooses them. You're totally welcome. YouTube chooses them. I don't choose them. All right. Now that that's done, I'm glad Ashley got one. She does usually pay for hers every month, which I appreciate. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't, you know, we're on her premium plan. Shaking the bushes. Yeah, shaking the bushes. Yeah, Tracy had to buy like 150 of them, I think, before it ever hit Jessie. Oh, yeah. He cried to be in PC. He wanted to stay in medical. And you don't get to just stay in medical after all that time. All right. Right? The sun will come out tomorrow. Well, you know what? All we can do is hope that maybe someone else gifts some memberships and you guys get them, you know? We do have memberships and you can gift memberships and we have super chats and super stickers. But I think always the most direct routes when you're donating to channels are always the ones that go most direct to them. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can. So I'm not going to be able to do it on my on the computer. So I'm going to do it on my phone and then. All right. Let's see. X. Oh, that's a good idea, Jim. I always do it at the beginning of the month because I feel like, hey, it's an exciting thing at the beginning of the month, and they only give me 10, and it gives it 5 at a time. So can't do it like 1 at a time. It's 2 sprouts, and they do it 5 at a time. So it kind of sucks. But they do give me 10 to give per month. All right, let's see. Need to get over to this, up on this, over, around, and under. Let's see. Oh, God. All right. Let's see. Here we go. I found it. All right. Membership's for a month. It's a month. It's 1 month. All right. I think I have to. She's so scared. What is she so scared of? She's scared of the contents of it. The contents of it would reveal things to the public that the public might not like. At least the people who supported her. Let me see if I can find the timestamp here on this. Okay. I see Lily's name. Who the fuck is this? I don't know who this is. It's 126. All right, that's 143. 140. That's 137. 6. I can't. If she went off into like oblivion, everybody would have been like, you know what, she deserves that. She deserves to go. You know what I mean? I can't. She made an Irish exit, so to speak. She didn't say her goodbyes. She walked out the door. She didn't thank the right people. And you know what? I don't know. You can't get everything you got.
The one person who hasn't said that Karen Reed owes him something is me. Okay, I don't sit up.
You don't have to say it. You're saying it.
You've said as much, but you've never heard that out of me, right? Because I didn't do this for fucking whatever. Like I was talking to Lily.
It's obvious to us, Linda,
about why I did this,
but it's not obvious to everyone else, obviously.
Because it was fucking wrong what was happening, and it's outrageous. And I'm a fucking journalist, and this is what I fucking do.
You're not a journalist.
I didn't know I was going to make money off of
Halftime.
I've been doing this for 11
I feel like I want pizza. Today's one of those days where you just want a good pizza.
I do want to corroborate, like, for anybody.
Actually, speaking of pizza, Leah, I haven't had bar pizza since the last time you ordered me bar pizza. I feel like that was months ago at this point.
It would be nice,
but
if she doesn't, she doesn't, and that's it. You know what I mean? But
good. I like a good
that's how you're
bacon and sausage.
I felt it.
Green peppers and
Since I heard some
pepperoni.
audio, I was like, I am all set with this. This is just a very different picture than what I had painted in my head. So,
all right. Well, thank you for coming on, Jess.
All right. Yep. Great. I don't have to hear you.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I know. Coops I used to go to all the time, Nanya.
My feelings are, I keep them to myself. It's like, but
I grew up in the social class.
And I think that's a big thing that became an issue with Karen and I is that, like,
bingo, Linda.
Chat, the people, especially after the Howie interview,
his voice.
The commentary towards Karen was overwhelmingly, like, negative. Like, we all read the comments on there. Especially, and I've talked to Howie, and he said that the reason he asked her that question.
In North Quincy?
He was hoping. He gave her, like,
the friendlies in North Quincy?
And
Taco, like near Taco Bell?
It didn't work out that way. And I didn't say a word about it. Go back and look at my history. I did not say a fucking word about it. A lot of other people did.
The bar pizza,
and she sees that, obviously.
Personal pizza, like a small one.
And so that's one of the things, like, she called me, like, the next day, and it was like a lot of the blowback was about the commentary about that.
Yeah, I know about that.
Her beef with me was, like, why aren't you doing something to control that? Like, why are these are your supporters?
That's not the beef.
Me.
The beef is tell your supporters to stop.
That you went to jail for me when you didn't go to jail for me. You went to jail because I think she told me because you couldn't keep your dick in your pants. I was like, well, there would be no bail to revoke if the only
you would still be arrested.
Was because
for
I
assault.
Took up the cause of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Nope.
But that
wrong.
I was arrested. Like I did a thing on this with Emily Davis the other night. Like I called up the guy who quite clearly killed her.
On the other side, but
great. And I called him up and I was like, yo, why the fuck did you murder this woman? You know what I mean? You're a piece of shit. You're going to jail. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, holy shit. That's much worse than anything I said to Jennifer McCabe. But I didn't get arrested for it. You know, it's only when I defended Karen Reed, that I got arrested. And so that's just, it's just a fact. But anyway, I'm going to bring on the kangaroo here.
Oh, God. Right. He's always lying. Just lying.
And I'm sure she knows how to unmute because this is not her first spaces. So
he forgets about the things that he says, though.
Record time.
Rose, he forgets about some of the things that he says.
You broke out.
And he does.
Did you call me?
Try to rewrite history.
Yes, I did call you. How are you?
Yeah. Oh, good. You?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. So I want to ask straight off the bat, you started your spaces as soon as Koala finished his, which was clearly the majority about it was was about Olivia, right? So you started a spaces. What for? To talk about
to defend the honor of Olivia Lamb.
Okay, cool. All right. So you said
he just repeats things when he has to think.
So can you list the mean girls for me, please?
You, right?
She barely spoke, but okay.
I mean, you're right. I did not listen to the whole thing, so I don't know exactly what it was. But I've seen the commentary about her allegedly using pictures that
allegedly
not what she looks like. I've seen that whole online commentary, And I've seen a lot of mean girls comment on it, but I don't have a list of names for you if that's what you're asking for.
You don't? Okay, so, right. So it's mean girls, but you don't know who those girls are.
Are you saying that no one was? I mean, what the fuck are we doing here? We're like, well, can we get to some good shit here? Let's get to some good shit.
You see, the thing is, Aiden, this is what you do when you're questioned with shit you don't like.
Yep.
Right?
No, this is retirement, though.
You tell me, why did you start a YouTube stream as soon as we did the spaces about the recording to deflect? And why have you
why did I start a YouTube stream? Because I had been holding on to that with Joe Flipperhead for a while, and I was just pissed at Joe Flipperhead. That's why.
There you go. Right.
Yeah.
And so why did you do that? Because, like it or not, that blew up the entire Olivia and Flip story.
Yep.
Did it not?
Did that not blow up the entire Olivia and Flip story? Yeah, certainly highlighted it, sure.
Highlighted it.
Perfect. So as a result of that, there was
Gaslight.
fucking shitload of attacks on Flip, on me, on Koala. So what do you want me to do? What do you want us to do? Lay down and be quiet?
Yes, that's
no,
what it is.
no offense. Nobody cares about you.
Here he goes.
A shitload of attacks on you.
I knew it.
You have 2,000 followers. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
Yeah, I know. You're really popular. I get it.
No, I know, but I'm just being real. Like, most people listening to this have no idea who the fuck you are.
All right.
They're like, oh my god, I'm the center of attention. Everybody hates me. Nobody knows who you are.
Go, Lily.
Go ahead.
Listen to
Nobody
yourself.
knows who you
You
are.
also got on here today and it's like, oh, Kangaroo's messaging me again. False. You messaged me this morning. Okay, so let's just get that.
Yeah, that's right. I messaged you about
Any
something
lies.
you put up. I want to correct the record. That's right. Why don't we talk about that, actually? You want to talk about that? What I messaged you about?
Yeah, why don't you actually, going on from what you just had a conversation with Jess about, sure. Why don't you tell everybody why Karen didn't want anything to do with you? Why don't we talk about that?
Why should he want anything to do with me?
Do it.
Why did
After-
she come to you for an interview? Why didn't you get a seat in the courtroom? Why doesn't she speak to you now? Why is she so angry on this the last straw that you recorded her? You tell us. Tell us exactly why the fuck she wants nothing to do with
Whoa,
you.
you're an angry kangaroo.
There he goes again.
No, I
Gaslighting.
agree with you.
Oh, you're so angry and I'm so
Relax,
chill.
It's not that serious. Relax.
Called it.
Relax. You want the entire history between Karen and I? Is that what you're
Obviously
asking?
not.
I mean,
No, I
what are
want
you
you
asking
to
for?
be honest. If anybody knows why Karen is literally distancing herself from you and has done for months and months, tell us all. Enlighten us.
Well, it has nothing to do with it. I mean, after the trial ended.
That's right, Anya.
Your guess is as good as mine. After the trial ended, you tell me.
No, I'm talking about 2024.
Oh, 2024. You mean during the first trial, you mean? Well, it's because I got arrested on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, so she was pissed off that you went to Lindsay's.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think her exact words were, "How could you do this to me?"
Yeah, so she was concerned because it put you both at risk.
But it really only put one of us at risk, didn't it?
It put you in jail.
Yeah.
In jail, yeah.
Did she go to jail?
She got her phones taken.
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't go to jail. I did.
She could have got charged.
Very, very resentful to her about that.
No, why would I be resentful? What do you mean? I'm resentful for her because I went to jail?
I went to jail for Karen Reid.
Yeah.
Karen Reid didn't go to jail. So you are very resentful.
He is.
Why am I resentful? I'm not resentful. Why would I be resentful?
He's not the one that went to it.
I'm resentful of fucking Kate Peter, Lindsay Gattani, fucking Brian Tully. Those are the people I'm resentful for. What are you talking about?
You're resentful of a cop doing his job and arresting you?
Because of Karen Reid. I went to jail because I took up the cause of Karen Reid.
No.
That's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
Well, hang on, but you don't say that. You say you went to jail for Karen Reid.
Yep.
For the cause of Karen Reid. Like, you realize there's a difference between Karen Reid. I've never once suggested that Karen Reid sent me to jail.
No, please.
No, but you say, I went to jail for Karen Reid because I protected her.
Yeah, I think that's
The pause. Yeah.
And you were protecting her the night that you went to Lindsay's.
I was protecting her when I was arrested on October 11th.
Correct.
There would be no bail to revoke. You understand that?
They would still arrest you for assault. You don't need to have a bail.
You acknowledge that. So you acknowledge that it is, I did go to jail for Karen Reid. You acknowledge that.
Weirdo behavior.
You acknowledge there would be no bail to revoke had I not taken up the cause of Karen Reid.
You would have still been arrested. Assault is a crime.
I mean, if you didn't have those witness
Dumbass.
intimidation charges, there'd be no bail to revoke.
Right.
But they still would have arrested him.
With witness intimidation,
They would have put a bail. Or known.
Okay. So we're good. So we're on tape.
So whose actions are those, though?
Whose actions are...
Like, she doesn't owe you.
He's repeating them to try to think up an answer. Here he goes doing it.
No, I don't think she owes me.
Are you sure?
I've never once said she owes me.
You don't feel like she's indebted to you because you went to jail?
That's all he does is spin.
I don't.
That's a lie.
I don't. Have you ever heard me say that?
But you don't need to say it, bro. You say it without saying it.
I say the word
all the time. Come on.
I haven't. I said it would be fucking awesome and it would mean the world to me if she supported me. That would be really cool.
You really think that's going to happen?
It to me. I would love that. There's nothing I would love more in the world than if she did that. That would be really cool. But I've never once said that she owes me.
Delusional.
I can appreciate that. So why do you It must be.
Sorry, I'll back it up a little. We froze.
You must believe that you must
Hold on.
know why. Why is she not coming through with?
I think that's fair.
Okay, and you were protecting her the night that you went to Lindsay.
I was protecting her when I was arrested on October 11th.
No, you weren't.
Correct.
There would be no bail to revoke. You understand that?
Yep, I get it. I get it.
So
Okay.
you acknowledge that. So you acknowledge that it is. I did go to jail for Valerie. You acknowledge that.
I think
You acknowledge there would be no bail to revoke had I not taken up the cause of Tara Reid.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have those witness intimidation charges, there'd be no bail to revoke.
Right, and they charged me with witness intimidation because I defended Tara Reid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good. So we're on the same.
So whose actions are those, though?
Whose actions are?
Like, but she doesn't owe you anything for that, does she? Is that what do you think she does, or?
No, I don't think she owes me.
Are you sure?
I've never once said she owes me.
You don't feel like she's indebted to you because you went to jail for her?
I don't. I don't. Have you ever heard me say that?
You need to say it, bro. You say it without saying it. Stop it.
I don't know if I've heard you say the word.
Come on.
I haven't. I've said it would be
fucking light
fucking
is going
awesome.
wonky
It would
over
mean
here.
the world to me if she supported me. That would be really cool. But I don't think she owes it to me. I would love
Bingo.
it. There's nothing I would love more in the world than if she did that. That would be really cool. But I've never once said that she owes me.
I can appreciate
Shut
that.
that off.
So why do you think she has never come to any of your hearings and publicly supported you? Why do you think that?
Because I don't think she thinks much about me, to be perfectly honest. Because I think she thinks about herself, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Karen thinks about
Like
her.
you? Oh no.
Yeah. So, but there must be a reason that you must believe, that you must know.
You guys are making me so hungry. I want pizza so bad.
Why is she not coming through with the goods when she promised you an interview and she'd tell mainstream media to fuck off?
Maybe this is just how she is.
Deflect.
About that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, what happened to Lindsay Higgins, John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend, who sat with her for the first trial every day? What happened to Kat? I'm not going there. This is what I mean by, like, I'm not talking.
Why?
I'm not going there.
Why?
But you because I'm not going to smear Karen Reid.
Oh, why?
You want me to smear Karen Reid right now? I'm not going to do that.
I just want you to tell the truth, that's all.
I'm not going to smear Karen Reid. I know you want me to smear
But that's what you do privately
I'm going to do it.
all the time.
I want you to do that.
I don't know
why do you want to hear her to give reasoning as to why she might not?
Because I don't want to say negative things about her. You apparently want me to because you love the drama.
It is.
I don't. I don't want to speak negatively of Karen Reid.
Bingo.
It's crazy that you constantly come at me with, you love the drama.
Well, you say stupid. I come at you because you say stupid.
Is the drama.
Dog shit. Like you said something.
Everything surrounds him.
Yeah. And what did I
He's
say?
the main component.
I don't know. Fucking give me a list. There's fucking nonstop shit you say that's stupid.
Okay, let's go through it then.
The whataboutism gets real old.
Okay.
Real old.
But I forget what the exact reason I messaged you today. You tweeted out something that was not true, and I corrected you. That's it.
No, she didn't.
You tweeted out today.
He lied.
That, what the fuck did you say? You said that,
Yeah, I said I called bullshit on the fact that you told Karen what was going on at the time with the Paula Keefe's catfish.
That's right. So that's untrue. I did tell Karen. Yeah, that's 100% a fact.
And you told her at the time, I'm actively speaking to her. I'm giving her directions. I'm asking her specific questions to
This was last night.
And she thought it was just funny. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't participate. She didn't tell me to contact him. But she found the whole thing amusing, for sure.
But she thought it was funny that you were directing her to ask her specific questions?
I mean, directing her to ask her specific questions. I was asking, do you know what questions I asked her to ask Paul?
Oh, you wanted to find out about fake victims.
Oh, I hate that fucking word.
Things that pertain to me.
Still ingrained.
That's all I wanted out of Paul, was things that pertain to me in my legal battles. That's it.
Right.
That's it. Not the Kerry case. I just want to know, did he invite fake victims that day? That's what I want to know.
Right.
Yeah. So there you go.
And so, right. And so that's what you messaged me about, because you wanted to let me know that,
that you're wrong.
That there was, that what I called bullshit on is incorrect. Karen knew exactly what was going on. And
that's correct. That's right.
It was funny that you were catfishing John.
Yeah, and I said a bunch of other stuff to you there, right? Privately between you and I that I'm not going to share with our audience.
Oh, why not?
But I told you privately.
I'm not like you. I don't do that.
And because we wouldn't.
We wouldn't want to smear Karen Reed.
So there we go. So we're going to keep that between ourselves.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
So you know better than anyone after our conversation today that the last thing I want to do is hurt Karen Reed.
I have
protected Karen Reed
by telling the truth. Turned down a lot of it.
To Boston Magazine.
A lot.
When they asked me, when Gretchen, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. When Gretchen Voss asked me, "Do you talk to Karen Reed?" I had to lie. I said no, I don't, because Karen Reed didn't want me to tell the world that I spoke to her. So I honored that. So that required me to lie, which I was not that comfortable with, but I did because I'm going to protect Karen Reed.
Keyword is yet.
So
bingo.
This is interesting. So Karen specifically said, "I
know.
want the world to know that we're talking."
You're lucky I love you.
How come she said that?
I love you.
Because they didn't want to be publicly associated with me. They wanted me to do the work of, getting the story out there, right? Telling the whole world about this, about what the McAlberts have done. They saw how successful it was at getting it out there. It was like these people were trying to get the story in the media.
He's admitting.
For 15 months. They tried the Boston.
He's admitting to be a PR machine right now.
Except for me. I was the only one interested in telling the truth about what happened to Karen Reed and to John O'Keefe and getting it out there. And of course they fucking loved it. But at the same time, they understood that if they were publicly tied to me, that could be, and as we've seen, that could be dangerous, like publicly tied. So I understand.
Why would it be dangerous?
Because they could try to jam Karen Reed up on conspiracy to commit witness intimidation charges. What are you talking about? They tried to indict her.
Yeah, because it's not unusual for a criminal defendant to seek out the media to tell their side of the stories. It's not unusual.
Yeah, but this is a very unusual case, Lily. You know that.
Yeah, but she specifically didn't want her name tied to Turtle.
Yeah, because I call people cunts and I use foul language.
Yeah, that's why.
They were like, so they were more than happy. Privately, they praised me.
That's why.
David Yannetti and Alan Jackson, now that I know it's out there, have come out. You've seen the things that they've said about me privately, but publicly.
Awesome.
David Yannetti says in one text,
Happy belated.
We have to distance ourselves from you, but just let you know, we fully support you.
Yes, Carol.
Yeah, and when this is over, we got your back, and we're gonna let the world know that you know what I mean? Those are the conversations that were taking place, and I got it. I understood. And I wasn't there. I don't need them to fucking kiss my ass publicly or say anything like that.
Yes, he does.
Just writing the fucking story. I was happy to work with them because they were innocent, because they were fighting for a fucking cause that was
That's not why.
than all of us. So I was more than happy to work with them and honor their request.
He's a liar.
To remain anonymous.
He's a liar. That's not why.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's not why.
I appreciate that until you weren't.
Yes.
Until at the end, Karen didn't come to you for an interview.
Correct.
Yeah, what did I do?
Threw a fit. Like a baby back bitch.
The entire Howie Carr thing, Aiden.
What was the Howie Carr thing? I didn't say a fucking word about Howie Carr.
You didn't say a word about her doing
After the Howie Carr interview, show me one fucking negative thing.
Liar!
Howie Carr interview.
No, before, when you first found out.
Before.
It's playing semantics.
Criticize her or how?
So I'm going to pause that for a second, okay? Because gross. Number one, she's definitely probably not. And the amount of money, it kind of makes my stomach sick to think about the amount of money that I actually turned down by daring to tell the truth, because it's a lot, right? And as you guys can tell, some days are better than others. Some weeks are better than others. This week has not been great for the channel. And I'm a small channel. I'm not a large channel, so I can't have like more than one bad week or I'm fucking screwed. But this is crazy shit, right? Here he is lying, right? Saying, oh, I didn't say shit about Howie Carr. Let's all remember the tweet that and those of you who don't have Twitter, right? Don't know, but he made a tweet about it and then deleted it. He deleted the tweet. So he likes to try to play semantics now where he's like, I didn't say anything about it. I didn't say anything about it. But show me. That's what he says. Show me where I said, like, bro, you made a tweet. We all read it. That you then deleted because you thought better of it. But no, you took it a step further. And after the interview that you got so mad about that she went on with Howie Carr and not you, you then pulled a like 15-year-old DUI from Howie Carr's producer and posted all of that everywhere because you were so fucking butthurt and upset. Even Jess Machado has said, you're so hurt and upset that Karen didn't give you that attention that you so badly crave, right? So to sit here and lie a little bit more and be like, nope, I didn't care. When did I ever say anything? You know, when did I say anything at all? He just admitting to being a PR machine or a criminal defendant. Let's just not skip past that either. He literally, this Spaces was last night. He literally just admitted to being a fucking PR machine. Yeah, that's the playing semantics part, right? And also, we have that deleted tweet. I got to find it, but we have it somewhere. We have it. We had it before he deleted it. I got to go back and look. But we have it somewhere. So he can delete anything he wants, but usually we get it before he deletes it. So, but that's him playing semantics. Like, show me where so he can just deny it, right? Like, hoping that he deleted it quick enough, right? Yeah, baby back bitch. He's a baby back bitch. He is. I know. I'm sorry. Some things just fly out of my mouth. But that's the thing, right? Like, to me, this is insanity, right? You got so mad at the producer because they wouldn't put you on, and they wouldn't put you on because Karen wanted nothing to do with him being there, right? Didn't want him there. So Karen was like, no, I do not want him there. So the producers were like, okay, cool. Like, sorry, Aiden, like, no. And he got so mad that he pulled up the 15-year-old DUI on Howie Carr's producer. He just admitted to being a PR machine for a criminal defendant because, well, you know. Oh, no, we definitely have the screenshot. He basically complained. He whined and complained that, like, how dare they do this, thing without him, and they should have him on and whatever. But we'll find it and get it on X at some point today. But the whole, we're not going to bash Karen Reed, and I don't know if you guys caught it, but he said to Lily, like, I'm not going to release the personal messages that we had earlier because we're not going to bash Karen Reed, right? Which means privately, that's exactly what he was doing, which, by the way, newsflash, guys, he's been doing it for T- since September, at least, and a little bit before that. But consistently since September, privately, he's been bitching and whining to anybody who will listen to him about how Karen owes him and how she, wouldn't have X, Y, and Z without him. And okay, so when he acts like, oh, he doesn't care, when did he say that? Like, bro, you sit there and lie with a straight face so much that you start to believe your own lies. And that is fucking sick shit. Okay? Sick shit. He was a useful idiot. He's a useful idiot. A useful fucking idiot. He knows that eventually they're gonna speak out. And when they do, it's gonna be the same old song and dance. He tried to blackmail her, which we all know, at least I personally knew about it at the time. I told you guys that. Nobody listened. It is what it is. Oftentimes people don't listen to what I say, and then later on they have to come back and be like, damn, I should have listened to you because you were fucking spot on. Well, no shit, Sherlock. He can't, weeks, months, even months, the amount of months that he did it, months. And again, if you just take Karen out of it as a whole, and this is what people don't seem to realize, and it irks me that they don't, take Karen herself out of it. Say she's not her, right? And you insert anyone else's name into where it is, it's the same thing he does to every person. And it's like, the part that really irks me is when and no offense to you guys who were free Karen Reed or are free Karen Reed, but when sort of the free Karen Reed people understand, and most of them are not here. They're not you, because if they're you in chat, like, you know what I mean? They're not you guys. You guys have gotten it, right? But there are people who will watch me, don't comment here, but they're watching, right? And they don't get that if you just take the person out and you enter a new person in, come on, man. Like, he'll do it to anyone. And so in their brains, though, anybody who was anti-Free Karen Reed magically deserved it, or they're horrible people because he said so. But anybody else who was Free Karen Reed that he slandered and talked shit about and insulted and spun things about them to make this giant molehill and make them bad people when they're not bad people, that has to be true because they weren't Free Karen Reed. And it's like, you're almost there, right? You're almost there. You can't use that logic. It can't be only the people who are Free Karen Reed he did this to were good people and he slandered them and did this spin thing. He does it to everyone. So he did it to anti-Free Karen Reed. He did it to Free Karen Reed. He did it to people who literally have nothing to do with either side of that. Like, it is the same thing over and over. And you can't use the excuse that anybody he did it to who was Free Karen Reed, he did it to good people, but the people who didn't think Karen Reed was innocent, they just deserve it and they're bad people and everything he said is true. You can't have it both ways. You just fucking can't. You cannot have it both ways. Use your logic. You know what he's doing. You can see the gaslighting. You can see the way that he tries to minimize things by being like, well, you're irrelevant. Who are you anyway? Well, if he really believed she was irrelevant and who was she anyway, in the same way that he would say to me, then why the fuck do you have to talk about me? If I'm so irrelevant, why do I take up so much space in your brain? If I'm so irrelevant, right? So irrelevant, then you wouldn't feel the need to tell lies. I tell the truth about the things that he does to people. And he's mad because I stick up for his victims. And his victims come to me. That is what he is so butthurt about. And the first time that I ever didn't lie for him was the immediate time I got attacked. The very first time I didn't lie for him, that was a problem. Well, here's an idea, bud. Don't expect someone to lie for you when it's not their fucking job. Maybe don't cheat on your wife with 3 other women at the same fucking time and expect everyone else to cover for you, bro. That's not my fucking problem. It's not my job to lie for you, nor am I going to lie for you, nor do I agree with it. Sorry, not sorry, dude. That's not my problem. That's your problem. Your dirt is your fucking dirt. And if someone asks me, I'm not going to fucking lie about it. That's on you and no one else. That's on your shoulders. But what does he do? He takes it from his shoulders and he places it on anybody else's who knows and says, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Make no mistake, the campaign against Flip happened behind closed doors days before, even a whole week before he decided to use Flip publicly to deflect from his own wiretapping situation. All right? Literally. Like, this isn't, you don't need to bring, Einstein back from the dead to figure out what the fuck's happening here. You don't. He says one thing and does another, or says another thing completely separate. And then we'll say, oh, well, I never said that. Bro, you said it without saying it loud and clear. When you keep saying, I went to jail for Karen Reed and we raised $1.1 million for her, you're essentially saying you did it all and she owes you. Come on, nobody's fucking stupid here. Nobody's dumb. You're acting like everyone was born fucking yesterday. This is ridiculous. We called that apology tour. As a matter of fact, Chris made a tweet about it. That apology tour was fucking gross. Okay? It was gross. Oh yeah, that'll definitely piss him off. It'll definitely piss him off. Oh, yeah. Well, he didn't get the first interview already. He was already mad at that. So they gave him Alan Jackson to sort of shut him up and keep him from fucking exploding. But that didn't do the trick. Didn't do the trick. He is sick. He's extremely sick. It's exactly like a DV relationship, except with thousands of people that you are demanding loyalty from. You're demanding that they all do exactly what you say or else. I mean, come the fuck on with it. That's ridiculous. So, I mean, I literally just sat here and listened to him gaslight Lily, tell her she's not important and this is all stupid. Mind you, he started this Spaces right after Chris's Spaces ended, right? Literally ended. And then boom, he did this. it's stupid, but you're doing it. It makes no sense, right? The gaslighting, or the when she starts to get amped up to demand answers to these questions that people deserve answers to. Oh, you're just irrelevant. You don't matter anyway. You only have this amount of followers. Make no mistake, he puts stock in the number of followers. That's how he feels about himself. Is his self-worth is tied to how many followers and how many donations he gets. That's sad. That is a sad existence. He's already admitted that if he didn't have the internet, it would be like taking oxygen from him. So jail was horrible because he didn't have the internet to spy on people 24/7. What I found really funny was while listening to Chris's Spaces yesterday, he went and circled me and a bunch of other people who were listening and were like, oh, these are anti-Karen Reed people listening to this Spaces. Okay, and first of all, you can't control who listens to his Spaces, number one. Number two, what's your point? Number three, he forgot to crop his own shot, right? So I have a screenshot of it in my phone, but he forgot to crop his own screenshot. And at the bottom, it literally says, you're listening anonymously. So he slid on to listen anonymously, like the baby back bitch that he is, okay? To then circle people like me who are listening to a space is like, you're such a fucking coward. And I'll say that shit with my chest. You are such a coward. You couldn't even listen to it under your own name? What a coward. What a bitch. What a fucking bitch you are. You're listening anonymously and then circling other people's names. Like, look at all the anti-free Karen Reed people listening to the Spaces. What would be your point? This isn't a space about Karen Reed's case, sir. The fact that you tie everything into the Karen Reed case is a little fucking bonkers, number one. Number two, you put yourself behind an anonymous listen like the bitch boy that you are, right? If I'm going to listen to something, I'm going to do that shit under my name. If I'm going to say something, I'm going to say that shit under my name. I'm going to say it with my fucking chest, and I'm going to say it proudly because I am not a bitch like you. I don't hide like you. I don't lurk in the sewer with the shit and spew shit like the sewer turtle that you are, sir. Okay? Just say it. The Outback called. They want their baby back bitch back. Okay? Might want to go see them. They want their baby back, bitch. Yep, I said it. You're a bitch with dinosaur arms and a dick nose. I'm just saying. You're stupid. You couldn't even put your stupid wrinkly ballsack face on TV yesterday because, well, the World Series. And then, 4 hours of space. Makes sense, right? I mean, I don't have a filter. So if you don't like that I don't have a filter, this is probably not the place for you. But I'm guessing since you're East Coast, you can handle it. You can handle it. All right, back to the stupidity. Hopefully this is almost over. I don't know, because again, I didn't listen to it. I only got the notes version, but I really want to hear this quote of him where he tells Lily that she's just a fan and he's the creator and that she should be thanking him for even talking to her because that's what he thinks about every fucking person that watches or supports him. Every single one. That's his only regret. Exactly. That he doesn't have all these movie deals and book deals that he thought he was going to get, that he kept talking about privately over and over, and how famous he would be, how much money he would make, how it would be amazing. And then he burned every single bridge that came his way, like M. William Phelps. And when you burn a bridge like that, what do you think is going to happen? You think M. William Phelps isn't going to talk to other people and be like, don't work with that douchebag because it's a headache you don't fucking want. Don't do it. If you don't do what he wants, he throws a fit like a 5-year-old. Yeah, that pretty much blackmailed him. He blackmailed himself from Court TV, by the way, by calling the producers cunts. Shout out to friend of the show, Julie Grant, because he decided to call her producers cunts. And so they were like, yeah, we're not ever having him on again. He can fuck right off. Shout out, Julie, we love you. Yeah, if California, my cousin lives in California, it's a whole nother world out there. I'm telling you, it's totally different than here on the East Coast, or even not even just the whole East Coast, because Florida is very different than Massachusetts. It's like two different worlds. But California is like a whole nother, it's like moving to a different country, kind of, honestly. But you're right. His regret is losing money. It's not really much of anything else other than all the dollars and cents that he's counting that went somewhere else or to someone else. And that's his biggest problem, is anybody who moves over to watching someone else or donating to someone else's channel, he has a very serious fucking issue with. Sad. Hilarious. That's going to be hilarious. Just saying. All right. Let me kindly get back to this. I want to hear the rest of it. I will put the donation information up if anybody wants to donate while we're listening to it. That way I can read it afterwards. Like I said, the channel didn't have a great week, so we could definitely use the support if you can spare it, for sure. Girl, you and me both, my friend. You and me. No face, no case. See, Jessie said she lived in California. Different speed for sure. No face, no case, my friend. Massholes, unite.
Car.
Well,
answer the question. Because the answer is Howie Carr is the one I clicked
threw
on.
a panty because she was going on Howie Carr.
No, I expressed my dissatisfaction.
Yeah, you threw a
because
panty.
on a message to me in October of the first time Howie Carr, and I don't think I showed you those messages to Karen and I, okay? But after Karen was very disappointed that Howie Carr did not take up the cause of Karen, right? Because that's what Howie Carr, he was really silent on it. And so that was disappointing that Howie Carr was silent on it.
We can agree to disagree, Beverly, on that.
Mine. He is a follower of mine. I have been on his show a million times prior to Karen.
Howie's a follower of his.
And Howie suddenly took an interest in this story, not when Karen Reed was arrested, but when I was arrested. That's the first time Howie ever wrote about it. That's the first time he was all fucking in, is when I got arrested. And afterwards, Karen sent me a message. And she's like, it's about fucking time Howie got in on this. And then I kept going on the show, and she sent me another message that I read, and it said something to the effect of, in like December, thank God you're going on there, because Howie's too lazy to do any fucking interview, actual research on this, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, we laughed about it and all this stuff. And, you know, and like, so to have her go on there, and I haven't complained about this, but others have. Others have.
Yeah, don't worry about others. I don't care. I'm asking you. I know others have complained about it.
But I haven't.
Around this time, okay, riddle me this. Around that time is when the recording took place. Also,
you just want to talk about that.
You're fucking obsessed with recording. If you want to talk about that, we're not talking about that.
I knew it.
Tweet, she deleted, right?
So we'll talk about it.
Appointment with her going on Howie Carr.
My disappointment was Howie Carr.
Then went on Howie Carr, and then from there you started saying, I don't know Karen anything. I'm the one that should be thanking her.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah. Well,
because that's what she told me, right?
Because that's what she told you.
Yes.
And that pissed you off. And because
why would it piss me off? I'm saying if I'm repeating what she said, why would that piss me off?
You were bullshit. You
weren't being bullshit. Oh, yeah, it was so bullshit. That's why I said. You
were having a crack. You were having a crack at her every time you.
So if I complain about her, it's bad. But if I say good things about her, it's also bad. That's what you're saying.
No, that's what you're saying.
What
the fuck am I supposed to say?
I don't know.
The truth.
There's nothing. Because you're going to find, because you are a drama queen that's going to find negative.
Yeah, everyone else is a drama queen except him.
You are incapable of criticizing Karen Reed in any way, shape, or form.
Aiden, the messages you put up on your stream about me were doing exactly that, and you fucking told everyone, this chick's apparently all about free Karen Reed, but look what she's saying about her. No, I can be objective. I can.
Mm-hmm.
You put that
I haven't heard you say that publicly. I haven't heard you say that publicly. You're not afraid to criticize me publicly.
Why should anybody be afraid to criticize you, Aiden?
Yeah, that's the truth.
I did a fucking
anyway, okay, we gotta get going. You got any more sense?
On YouTube. Hey,
you got any more sense there?
Does it want to answer?
Else to say?
I did a video on YouTube. That's why I messaged you initially to make sure that I heard correctly on your stream that you never knew about the Higgins text.
He did. That's a lie.
He saved it.
You're right. I didn't. Not only did I not know about the Higgins text, I heard about them the first time.
He's not denying that.
I heard about the Higgins text from. I told you this today. I showed you the messages. Who's the first person I heard it from?
Oh, I can't fucking remember now.
Plevin. Fucking Plevin goes on his.
Boop! Stopping that. He's a fucking liar, and I will tell you how. Way back in the early days of FKR, back in the first couple months when there was no actual evidence out yet and all we had was pleadings from the defense, not really anything from the government really, other than the pleadings from the defense. That's all we had, right? And this. So way back then, when I thought maybe she could be innocent, before all of the evidence came out, right? I was on that side. I was on the Facebook pages and all of that. And the Higgins stuff privately came up. Right? And when any one of us tried to post something about it on the Karen Read page on Facebook, Aiden said no one could, that he would block and delete anybody who did because it made Karen, and I quote, look bad. And we're not here to make Karen, and I quote, look bad. And I had a problem with that because I don't care if it makes her look bad. It's part of the fucking case and story. If it is a thing, the public deserves to know about it, whether it makes her look bad or not. It's all of the information. You can't withhold some of it because you don't like it. And that is what he had been doing without us knowing. So at this point, now we're starting to figure out he is withholding information on purpose of things that may not look so great. Okay? And so he started blocking and booting anyone who said anything about it or even hinted at it. Okay? So for him to say that he didn't know about the Higgins stuff or he is a fucking bold-faced liar. And he seems to forget that some of us were there and know about this shit. I think he's just betting on nobody listening, like he does per usual. But that is a bold-faced fucking lie. Shocker. Shocker. He lies again. Come on, man. Come on. Ridiculous. Nonsensical nonsense. Well, that's what he does. If he doesn't like or doesn't want to answer something, he starts yelling and calling people irrelevant and saying they don't matter. And then he'll repeat the question to think up the lie. He does it all the time. You know, literally. Okay. I mean, maybe, but at the same time, this isn't, he says they're not friends, right? They were never friends. This is just a subject of a story. He's a journalist, right? So it can't be your friend. You wouldn't be doing a story about your friend, now would you? You know, as a objective journalist, now wouldn't be doing that. Like, come on. He scrubs a lot of comments from there. A lot. You know? All right, ready? We'll finish this off here. Hopefully it's not too much longer. I don't know, but I think it's been like 10-ish minutes of Lily. So I don't know when he decides. She said he kicked her out. So I wonder where that is.
Podcast. It goes, there's 56 pages of fucking texts with Higgins. And then I asked her about it.
He knew.
Like, what's this about?
Yeah, nothing. It's nothing. Don't worry
Yeah, it's
about
nothing. It's nothing. Yeah. So it's like,
it's wicked bullshit.
yeah, it's
Well,
kind of a big piece of pie, no?
yeah, no shit. Which is why I messaged you when you said that you didn't know. It shocked me.
He did know.
Which is why I messaged you and said those exact things.
And it's something that could have benefited her, in my
And then I
opinion.
did a YouTube video about it, calling out the fact that it appears that because they've tried so hard to minimize Higgins and Karen's relationship or texts. Yeah, so you know exactly. So you're
No, I'm just, you're taking up a lot of time is all. I'm giving you a lot of time.
Well, you started these spaces because you wanted to crap on about me. So
no, that's not everything's about you. Again, you have
He did, though.
Again, it's not about me. You went
That's
on
right.
about Koala.
Yes, that's
when
right.
are you gonna speak to Chris directly? Because you
Why would I talk
He
to
won't.
an irrelevant person from Australia?
Irrelevant. Yeah.
sorry.
Why would I talk to an irrelevant person from Australia?
Well, Aiden, you keep bringing him up.
It's like, do you understand?
He keeps bringing him up. That's the point. But he's irrelevant.
You guys, my time.
Do you think I owe you anything?
No, but you want me. Like, I'm the content creator. You're the content consumer. You're a fan. You're a fan of me. You know that, right?
So I don't owe you anything.
But yeah, like me even giving you a minute of my time is something you should be thanking me for.
Get the fuck over yourself.
Okay. Nope.
I want everybody to soak that in for a second. Just soak it in. Soak in you are the consumer and I am the content creator. And you should be thanking me for me giving you a minute of my time, he said. And as Lily perfectly said it, get the fuck over yourself. That comment should tell every fucking person that follows him exactly what he thinks of. You are a piggy bank to him. That is it. It's real simple. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. And it makes me so angry. So angry. Because he makes no connections with people or people who follow him or in his community. He doesn't have a community. He has a hate-filled monstrosity of constant anger and hate. It's fucking gross at this point. But the gaslighting, the lying, it's constant to the point where I really believe deep down he starts to believe his own bullshit lies. I think there wasn't any more eloquently that you really could put that as to get the fuck over yourself, because that's half of his problem. It's this importance, the self-importance, right? He's so important and amazing and awesome. Let me see if I can replay that. Hold on. Yeah, the double standards are fucking disgusting. The hypocrisy is even worse, right? Even worse. Everyone's withholding information, but he won't come clean on any of the stuff he has, right? But remember, he was getting up there, and Hank Brennan was going to ask him questions, and he was going to destroy Hank Brennan, right? And then he gets up there like the bitch that he is and pleads the fifth. Come on, man. And then tries to downplay the fact that he pleads the fifth. Just, newsflash, you don't usually plead the fifth unless you legally are on this boundary where you could be charged criminally if you open your mouth. Just throwing that out there, folks. I mean, that's really what it means, which is I don't say anything because I could incriminate myself. Like, there's a reason why it exists, to protect people against things that you might say that they might take the wrong way. But in his case specifically, because I know personally, it's because he didn't want to incriminate himself. But he knew he was going to plead the fifth before he talked all that big game of getting up there and answering questions and destroying Hank and blah, 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 right? And then he got up there and he pled the fucking fifth. Let's be honest and raw and real here. He didn't plead the fifth because he's innocent. He didn't do anything wrong. I mean, come on now. Like, let's not with that nonsense, for the love of God. He's the only one who has it, right? Maybe we should start charging appearance fees, Yeah, let's try to replay it a little smidgen so everyone can fucking hear it for exactly who he is, because this, folks, is exactly what he thinks of anybody who watches him. Okay, that was on 158, so I'm going to back it up a little bit so you might hear a little bit more of what you...
Again,
okay, here we go again. It's not about me. You went
that's
on
right.
about Koala.
Yes,
Hey,
that's
when
right.
are you gonna speak to Chris directly? Because you
Why would I talk to an irrelevant person from Australia?
sorry.
Why would I talk to an irrelevant person from Australia?
Well, Aiden, you keep bringing him up.
It's like, do you understand? Do you think I owe you guys my time?
Do you think I owe you anything?
No, you want me. Like, I'm the content creator. You're the content consumer. You're a fan. You're a fan of me. You know that, right?
So I don't owe you anything.
But yeah, like me even giving you a minute of my time is something you should be thanking for.
Get the fuck over yourself.
Okay, no problem. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, right. Cut me off.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, so anyway, I let her go on and on because she made a fucking fool of herself. It was great. And
The fact that he stops right there, boots her, and then says, I let her go on and on because she made a fool of herself. That's him essentially telling his viewers, followers, what he wants them to think of what just happened. Don't make up your own mind. You say what I think, right? That's what just happened there. And to be perfectly frank, he made a fool out of himself. Because he did exactly what I thought he would do, which is repeat the question to think up a lie, play the whole you're irrelevant game when he doesn't want to answer something, even though he brings them up constantly. So, but then when they come to respond and have a face-to-face, then they're irrelevant. The hypocrisy is real, and the lack of self-awareness is fucking amazing. Like, lack of self-awareness. There is a reason why he won't talk to Chris, and it's because Chris will ask the hard questions and won't let him run off course with it. That is why he fucking epically melted down in that Spaces where he denied the wiretapping, and then by the end of the 26 minutes of him imploding, he admitted he knew exactly what they were talking about, even though he just played stupid for 26 minutes. What does that tell you about the man? Does that tell you that he's a decent human that never lies? I mean, come the fuck on with it. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. He makes a lot of assumptions. No, I don't think so. You know? Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. He also assumes that everyone thinks he's amazing and awesome, and, you know, that's the inflated self-ego, and it's unfortunate because I really think he needs some serious therapy, maybe possibly some medications, but you're in your mid-40s going about life as if you are the best thing ever. You're better than everyone, and everyone should thank you and bow down to you. And I think anybody who watches him should forever replay what we just played at the end there, where he claims that 1 minute of his time, you should be thanking him for him giving you 1 minute of his time, because you are the content consumer and he is the content creator, and you are just a fan of his and nothing more. Nothing more. Because that's what he just said. And of course, because that looks bad and sounds bad, he will somehow try to spin that in some way, shape, or form to make it sound less bad, or that's not what he really meant, or this is where he shows his true colors. When he's put on the fucking spot and he can't answer the damn question without some sort of distraction or some sort of insult or some sort of repeating the question to pretend he didn't understand, but repeating it perfectly, which means you did understand, or you wouldn't be able to repeat the question word for word now, would ya? You know, we love Earnhardt. My dad absolutely loved Dale Earnhardt, and Junior, for that matter. Oh, you guys, listen, dog treats don't sound appetizing, but all the other food you guys are talking about is making me so hungry right now. Not even kidding you. I am so hungry, and it's been 3 hours and 28 minutes for our Sunday live. We've been here a while. It's 3:27. But this is the shit, right? This is the crap. And then what happened after this Spaces was Red House Media did a Spaces, I think, or a live stream, and then JFK did one. So I did not have a chance yet to listen to JFK's stream, so I really can't tell you much of what went on there. And I would never listen to Red House Media because they just jump on the simp wagon of whatever Aiden does and says. And again, at least the rest of my notes from that Spaces we just listened to told me that Nurse Kim jumped in at one point and basically just kissed the ring. Kissed the ring. Thank you, Aiden, for First Amendment speech and fighting for it. Let me just throw it out there. He does not fight for First Amendment speech. He only cares about his own First Amendment speech. And every single one of these people bowing down and kissing his ring are going to be on the receiving end of these attacks at some point, and they don't even realize it. And that's the sad part. Or they do, and they just keep kissing the ring so that they don't have to deal with the blowout effect of it. Which is like, if you're letting fear control you, fear of him, fear of that gremlin, then you need to be rethinking what the fuck you're doing. Okay? That man is not a stable human being. That man is harmful to a lot of people. He will do anything and everything to save his own ass, and he will throw anybody and everyone under that fucking bus to save himself. It's unfortunate, and it is sad. But you make no mistake. Any person he gets even an acquaintance with, if you don't do exactly what he wants, you don't say, if you just say one thing that he doesn't like, you're on the receiving end. You're on the receiving end. And every single one of those people is going to be on the receiving end. He's done this probably at least a dozen times over the last however many years, where he, surrounds himself with these people, and then one by one by one by one, he throws a blowout fit about something stupid and petty that happened privately. He didn't like how many people were following them because it was more than his last stream. He looks at everyone's numbers like a weirdo. He didn't like that. He didn't like how many people were in someone's chat. They had more than him, and they didn't start till after him. So he has a meltdown about that. Or one of his big donors sends a big donation to one of them. He doesn't like that. Then he has a meltdown. He'll start taking little jabs privately at you, or he'll have all of his fake sock accounts and some of the other people that surround him make little comments towards you here and there for about a week leading up to the final blowout. And then eventually within that week time-ish, about a week, the end of that week time is him publicly having this big blowout about you and how you're a horrible person. It's the same thing he did to me and many other people. It's the same thing he did to Flip, where he started off taking these digs privately, bringing it to Purple Kool-Aid Guy, having him do his fucking spaces on it, and then boom, as soon as he was questioned with something he didn't like that he did, he used Flip as a distraction. A complete and utter distraction. And anybody who didn't see that was a fucking distraction, you need to check yourself. Step outside of that mob mentality and that cult mentality for a second and ask yourself, if any other creator acted that way, if I acted that way, what would you say? Because make no mistake about it, if I was him, right, and it was reversed, he'd be writing a blog on it. He'd be talking all about who wiretapped Karen Reed and why, and what a piece of shit they are, and about how every person that I surround myself with, I take shots at. If he wasn't him, and I was him, and he would write a story. He would do a blog. If anyone else did the stuff he does, he would be trying every single day to talk about what a horrible human being they are. The standards are not the same for him. He can do whatever he wants, and everyone else just needs to fall in line because he said so. I say to that, who the fuck do you think you are, sir? I also say to those people who are still afraid, he only has that power over you because you allow it. He has no power over you if you don't allow it. I allow him nothing. He has no power over what I say, when I say it, or why. At all. And that burns him hardcore. Because there is nothing on planet Earth that he can say about me that I give a rat's ass about. He can make up as many lies and rumors. He can call me a horrible person. He can make fun of how much money I make. He can make fun of the fact that I'm a working poor family. He can do whatever it is he chooses to do or say about me. It changes nothing. That's his tactic, to keep doing it and keep letting his minions do it until you eventually shut up and go away. Except clearly he does not know me because I don't just go away or shut up. I don't give up easily. That's that CPTSD I have. I don't just disappear easily. I'm not easily afraid. And since I have everything I need other than being a millionaire, I have my children, I have my husband, and I have a community, there is nothing, not a single fucking thing that he can say that's going to make me magically disappear. Or shut up, or grow away. Sorry, not sorry. Got another thing coming. Oh, yeah. But Sean, what did Sean do? Nothing. Sean said something that Aiden didn't know about, and he got mad because Sean had the information before him. If you guys go way back, I'm the one who broke the story about Natalie having immunity. And he told everybody I had no idea what I was talking about, and I was just lying. Why would Natalie have immunity? That never happened. Blah, 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 blah. Fast forward, who was right and who broke the story? I did. I broke that story. But he told everybody I was wrong. It was a lie because he would know about it. No, he wouldn't. Lots of people don't go to him for various reasons. And I also have sources in all sorts of places. I worked in a prison, for Christ's sake. I have sources in courthouses and prisons and all over the fucking place. Like, hello, mental health, addiction, domestic violence. I've helped in all of those things as a volunteer advocate. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? He thinks he's the only one that could get information or has sources on anything. It's crazy. But the reason he attacked Sean is simply because he didn't get that information first. And he was mad that he couldn't bring it to people first. And when Sean did, that pissed him off. That was the reason he went after Sean. He didn't go after Sean because he thought Sean was a bad person, or when he, like, he didn't go after Sean because he believed any of the shit he was saying about Sean. He went after Sean simply because Sean had a news story that pertained to that case, and Aiden didn't get it first. You know? I've always been friends with Sean. You know that. Sean was the very first person, fun story, to have my back when Aiden fucking lost his ever-loving mind. And Sean knew all the backstory, all the stuff that was happening. And so Sean was like, this is wrong, Elise. Like, this is wrong of him. This is, like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. This is fucking wrong. This is bad. Like, he's acting a fucking fool right now. And all because he caught himself up. That's not your problem. That's his problem. Right? And so Sean was the very first person to say, I have your fucking back. Because Sean saw it for what it was right away. And I can respect that. You know, that is, you know, that was 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sean's always had my back, and I appreciate that about him. And when you actually get to know him as a human, you get to know he's a decent human being. His wife's a decent human being. They're just normal people. You know, I think a lot of people in all of this were lied to a lot. A lot of things were spun. They were misled in a lot of things. And I don't think it's okay, because eventually they're going to figure it out. Right? And then what? How are you going to explain to all these people that you did this shit to them? He tried to make him look crazy on purpose. He was angry. He was spiteful that he didn't get to say what Sean said first. Now, that just goes to show you what kind of petty fucking weirdo behavior, once again. You know, that's another thing. Why are you still denying recording Karen when it's abundantly clear? Like, he's already admitted it. He's already admitted it. He does. He waits until days later. And like, but it'll take these little digs first. And so that's exactly what he did, flip all that stuff. And then I see these turtle runners being like, well, Aiden, somebody said recently on my thing, oh, Aiden's just defending himself. Wrong. See, if you knew what was happening, you would know that that's false. Aiden isn't ever just defending himself. He is starting things behind closed doors, right? And putting out little pieces of things, calling his little minions and saying, hey, I need you to say this, this, and this on this page, or this, and this on X, having people take these personal digs that only him and that person understand, but having other people help him do it, right? And then picking. Then he'll drop a couple public ones, right? And then he blows up. So it's all the while he's doing this shit behind closed doors until that person finally sticks up for themselves and goes, enough with the fucking veiled threats, enough with the bullshit. This is what really fucking happened, and I'm done with it. And then people are like, oh, he's just sticking up. No, it's not just sticking up for himself. He's doing this shit. Yeah, he recorded her. It's the same way that he recorded Scanlon and Lucky and Lindsay and Lisa. In the exact same way every time. He puts the first phone on video because he doesn't know how to do audio without putting the whole thing on video. He uses his second phone and he puts it on speakerphone, and he records the first phone that he's on speakerphone with his second phone video. Then he takes the video file and just makes it into has somebody make it to an audio file, makes it into an audio file. It's the same way he has wiretapped every damn person he has wiretapped, including Kara recently. Okay? It's the same exact thing every single time. He admitted it already a multitude of times by being like, and so what if I recorded her? Who cares anyway? He won't physically say, I recorded her, but saying, well, who cares if I recorded her anyway? And being like, who cares? Nobody cares. See, it's been weeks and nobody actually cares. Like, yes, it's illegal. It's illegal. It's a felony. Wiretapping is a felony in the state of Massachusetts. I live here. It is a felony. You know what I mean? Like, this is not new for him, though. And if you think that's the first time that he wiretapped her, nope. He tried to blackmail her in trial 1. Hello? She wouldn't save him a seat. That was just disgusting. You know, I didn't listen to it because I refuse to listen to anything that has to do with him like that, like on that. And I knew, like, she told me what happened. And I obviously wouldn't have never recommended she call him, but she thought maybe she could reason with him. And I'm like, you can't reason with an insane person. All right. You can't reason with an insane person. All right. Like, you just cannot. But But he does that on purpose. That's on purpose. That is all stuff he's been doing for years, so that legally speaking, he can go back and be like, well, I didn't actually say that I did it. Like, no, he did. He did. And I know the people that heard it, and I know what's on it. Like, he did record it. It's a video. It's not an audio. It's a video. The original version is an entire video because he doesn't know how to just record audio. So he puts the second phone on video. And again, it's the same way that he did the same wiretapping with Scanlon, Lucky, Lindsay, Lisa, like the exact same way every time, and a multitude of other people that aren't public knowledge. Those ones are public, but a multitude of other people that you guys don't even know about. Like, you know what I mean? They should care, but they don't. They just parrot the shit he says, and it boggles my fucking mind. I mean, someone is begging you to leave them alone. That's sick. And he thinks that that's like entertaining to people. You know, that's, come on. I mean, that is gross. I don't know why you would. I mean, again, why the fuck? The whole thing in and itself is gross. The fact that anybody feels like they need to bow down to him is gross. Do not bow down to someone like that. It's not going to get you anywhere. I promise. They're just going to keep using that over and over and over. They know you're fearful, so now they're going to continue to use that fear. He's been using that fear against her for years. This is why my advice is always, you're giving him control. Stop giving it to him. Stop giving someone like that control. No, he knows it's wiretapping. He just doesn't know how to do just audio. So he does a whole video. And sometimes he does it because he's on FaceTime and he wants the face reaction. Like, so he'll put the phone sort of to the side so the person on the phone can't see it, right? And other times he wants the screen, right? The name of the person, their number, and so he'll video the screen. And other times he just puts the phone down and just record, like video records the audio, if that makes sense. Just don't. These people only have control if you let them. You know, he absolutely is bothered. Listen, Jess Machado told everybody he was so hurt, so upset that Karen did not give him the proper attention. You know, I mean, I get it. Yeah, I'm not. See, I wouldn't. That's not something I would do, right? I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, even somebody I don't talk to anymore, for me. I mean, but again, caring about things that happened 20 years ago, 15 years ago, like, let him release it. Who gives a shit, dude? He's already done it 16 times. Who fucking cares what he has to say? At this point, you have to just not care, because otherwise you give him that control, you know? Yeah, and it's not entertainment to me. It's fucking gross, you know? It's gross. Well, that's the thing, right? He uses people's fear. Threatens them with veiled threats of releasing their personal information or something embarrassing they did forever ago. And they use it, like, they try to bargain with him. Like, don't try to fucking barter with him, you know? No, of course not. Definitely not an excuse. I mean, the thing is you can't bargain with a lunatic. You know what I mean? Oh, that gaslighting? I heard it right away. When that was released, that gaslighting was immediate to me in my brain, because I've been with a narcissist sociopath. It might have been many moons ago, but I know what it's like. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. That gaslighting is so abundantly apparent. He does it all the time, where he'll scream and yell and scream and yell and scream and yell at the woman. And then when he starts to calm his voice, that's when he hits the button to record, is when he starts to so that on the recording he sounds calm and the other person sounds like a lunatic, when actually in reality what had happened was he's screaming, yelling, threatening, and then when he's got them all riled up, then he hits the button to record to make them look like a lunatic. But most people, at least anybody who's been through domestic violence, would be able to tell that the gaslighting was instant. You know, I don't know why people fall for it. I don't know if it's a lack of them missing something in their lives, missed the kick. God damn it. Wait, we missed the kick or they missed the kick? Praise be, I'm guessing that means they missed the kick. They missed the field goal. Sweet. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is the truth. If I only had a brain, that's probably true, you know? But that's not something I definitely ever would do. I'm just not shitty like that. despite what the turtle feeds people, which is so funny because he doesn't actually even know me. We're acquaintances. He doesn't know a thing about me, like a real thing about me, ever. Doesn't know the things that I like, the things that I do. Doesn't know shit about me. Not a goddamn thing. You know, sad. But that's the thing, right? Is he keeps claiming, I never said she owed me anything. And that's his like go-to. I never said that. She doesn't owe me anything. But his actions say something completely different. And also his private text messages that people get a conscience and send people like me also say something different, where he demands that she owe him. And how dare she? After everything he has done, how dare she not do X, Y, and Z for him? Like, come on. Girl, listen, I feel you. I feel you on that. Fingers crossed, Patriots. Fingers crossed. Reactive abuse. That's exactly what it is. Reactive abuse. That person is then reacting to the abuse they just dealt with, right? Wrong is wrong. Wrong is just wrong. Period. You know? Listen, I will have my friends back, right, wrong, or indifferent, because it's my friend, but I'm also going to tell them when they're wrong. I'm going to tell them. I'm not going to tell the world and have the world attack them. I'm going to tell them, like, hey, that was wrong. You know? You can't be doing all that. Well, what changed was he tried to blackmail her in trial 1 and control her every move, just like he does to pretty much anyone that's anywhere near him, you know? I mean, that's the thing, right? And I feel like, and don't feel like you're stupid for falling for it either. Because it does frustrate me when I'm like, God damn, how do these people fall for it? But a lot of people did, right? Even very intelligent people. That's kind of how brainwashing works. It can get people. It only got me for a short period, but nonetheless, it still got me, and I'm an intelligent person. So you start to feel like, how could you have fallen for that? Especially if it was a longer period of time where you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's only when you step outside of it and you actually start listening to people like me that you start to see, like, what the fuck is actually going on. Then you start asking questions. That's when you start figuring it out. And I honestly wish people would. There's just too many people that are so brainwashed by the, oh, it's all fun and games, right? Until they realize that he does deplorably disgusting things behind closed doors. And then when it comes out into the public realm, he has to try to blame someone else or throw the attention on someone else. It's constant, you know? That's weird. That's weird, you know? In the first trial, he told her he was going to go to Tully if she didn't save him a court seat. And because she didn't save him a seat in court and he didn't have his credentials yet to get into court for the trial, he threatened her and said, I will go to Tully. I will go to the state police if you do not give me what I want. And the Roccos brought that to Karen's attention. And then they brought that to Alan Jackson's attention. And Alan Jackson said, well, what can we do? The state police aren't going to help us, and that's blackmail. But what are we going to do? Right? So they tried to appease him until the trial was over. But then the trial was a hung jury, which means they had to deal with a second trial. See? That's the question people should be asking. That is the question people should be asking. You're the first person that has actually asked that question. You know that, right? You are the first person to ever ask that question after I said that. That's called using your brain cells and critical thinking, folks. Exactly. Go to Tully about what? Let you decide for yourself, but there wouldn't be a threat there if there wasn't things that he could go to Tully about. Now would there be? You know? Yeah, I mean, he still had the same information, so yeah. But he had his credentials, so he didn't need a seat anymore. Now what he wanted was all the praise when the trial was over. He wanted the first interview. He wanted book deals and movie deals for them to sign together. And then he kept trying to control her. And, well, we see how that worked out now, isn't it? But it's the same shit he does to pretty much anyone. Except in this case, he was making a ton of money. And so he wanted to keep making that ton of money and more. And so he's thinking about only himself. per usual. It's unfortunate, but true. You know? I mean, I definitely wouldn't throw anyone under the fucking bus because, I mean, what are you going to really testify about? I've never even talked on the phone. I don't even know each other. So it's kind of purposeless. You can't testify against someone you don't even know and have never actually even talked to on the phone. I'd like to thank him too then. No, I get exactly what you mean, because there's a lot of you that came here to figure out what the fuck, and they were like, wait a second, there's no monster over there. There's no boogeyman under the bed here, right? There's no boogeyman there. He said there's some crazy boogeyman, some insane person, some not so nice person. No, it is the principle. I 100% agree with you. I don't disagree with you. I fucking agree with you. You know, that's what he wants everyone to believe, is everyone he talks about and smears is a boogeyman. Everyone's terrible and awful, and he's just, innocent in all of this. He's just the perpetual victim. He is the perpetual fake victim. That is what he is. He is the victim and everyone else is the perpetrator because, well, if he's not, then everybody would know the truth and that would be a problem for him. That's how that would work. And I love you for that, Carol, but I don't demand loyalty from my viewers or supporters, because they can watch whoever the fuck they want. They can donate to whoever the fuck they want. They can talk to whoever they want. That's their business. It's their life, right? It affects them. It ain't about loyalty. It's about money. It's about fame. And loyalty is a thing that he demands from other people, but he doesn't give it to anyone else. So to demand loyalty from your viewers is fucking crazy, number one. You're trying to control thousands of people from all over the world and who they watch and why and what events they show up to. That should show you everything you know about someone like him. Everything. Who the fuck tries to control their followers? That's weird. Yeah, what you see is what you get, man. He will self-destruct. He always does. Always does. Oh my God, can you imagine? It might even spin around like The Exorcist a little bit. The Exorcist, Hey, Lynn. I might even. Yeah, well, that's for real, though. He really did. He wanted to control everything that they do. It's insane to me. I love that. I love that critical thinking. I'm glad that you do it because we have a lack of it these days, to be honest. We really, really do. Well, no. In his mind, though, there is. That inflated sense of ego, my friends. I don't think he has a therapist, to be honest. Right? Me neither. Me neither. I haven't found it yet either. Isn't that amazing? Everyone's a monster and a liar and a grifter and riding his coattails and a scammer and a thief and crazy and all of that. Everyone is all of that except him. And maybe when people realize that those are all the same excuses he uses to trash anyone and everyone, then they'll start figuring it out. I don't demand anything of anyone. You can choose to believe me. You don't have to. That's cool. It's your choice. No love lost if you don't. It's only going to hurt yourself. And where that hurts my heart that it's going to hurt you, don't say it in warning. No, he wouldn't fare well really anywhere but where he currently is, to be honest. Come on. It's crazy to me. He does self-destruct daily because it's that inflated self-ego, like that narcissistic lack of accountability, responsibility, lack of saying you're wrong. Have you ever seen him retract something? No, because you never will. He will never retract something that he said that's incorrect. Ever. Because how dare he be wrong or admit that he's wrong? Ever. He might admit something small. Like, oh, I said the name David and I meant the name Tim. Correction. But the big stuff, never. Never. You know? Never. I got you. 4th and 20. Game on the line, almost 2-minute warning. Ooh, you're trying to make me clench my butt cheeks over here. But that's exactly it. Inside, his soul is demented. He's a sick person. No, see, that's the thing. You could humble him as much as you want. He doesn't have the capacity to be humbled. That's the problem. He has no capacity to do that. That chip isn't in his brain. It's like a computer, you know? If you're missing a chip, it doesn't function correctly or at all. He doesn't have the empathy chip or the sympathy chip or the understanding chip. He has a greed chip. He's got a sociopath chip and a narcissistic chip. But narcissists are often very insecure deep down inside, but outwardly tell everyone how amazing and awesome they are all the time. Because that's what they want to feel inside, but don't. Psych 101, if you ever took psych classes, this is something that you would learn. They tell everyone what they want to feel inside, but what they don't. They feel very insecure and inadequate. And so outwardly, they need everyone to praise them all the time. And if you don't, they don't like it. They need to be loved and praised constantly. And even that is not enough for them. It's never enough for them. They need more and more and more. And so outwardly, they need to tell everyone how amazing and awesome they are. You know, they punted. I didn't see that coming either. He's violated those 2 court orders at least a dozen times total. I mean, I don't know what he thinks is going to happen when he goes back to New Jersey. He thinks the judge is going to be like, cool, no problem. 2-minute warning. Oh, we have the ball back. You know? Yeah. Well, he is going to be dealt with. It's slow moving. Justice is a slow moving wheel, my friends. Almost 420. Almost. Well, life will have a way of doing that, you know? It has a way of doing that. You know, maybe that's why some of us are more understanding to it, because we've been humbled in ways that maybe other people wouldn't be. But I don't think any amount of humbling is going to help that man. It's been more than 10 years, and this is just who he is. He is an empty human inside. Scorpio's right. You know? I know! The clocks went back! So it's going to get dark earlier and earlier, which is going to suck. You know? What's sex cult? Oh, that's his like paid weekly show that he calls it that, because people started calling him out for like having relations with women and calling it a sex cult, which he did. So he started naming his like weekly whatever day show the quote sex cult, which is just fucking weird. And that's another part of like narcissism and stuff. They oftentimes have like, you didn't notice, the man constantly talks about things that are sexual 24/7. Like he can't help this friggin' headman. He can't help himself. Literally cannot help himself. Oh, he already did meet his match. He's met his match quite a few times already. He just doesn't understand it yet. You only give someone like that control over you. You only give them control over you by giving a fuck what they do or say. There is no threat. You know, they can't threaten someone who doesn't give them that amount of control. And I don't give that to him. Some people give him that control by caring about what he says or does, or caring about what he's going to say about them. I don't care. See, there's a difference. I don't care. I have a husband and a family. I care about them. That's it. I don't give a shit about what he says. No, I mean, because that's his thing, is like saying shit about people constantly until they had enough and they go away and they disappear, and that's the end of that. He needs more than deep therapy. He needs something. Maybe a straitjacket. You know, maybe a fucking straitjacket. It's only a matter of time. Again, it's not an if, it's a when. Well, that's the only part of it I listen to, is the one that I played, because I refuse. I can't do it. And I think it's 3 or 4 hours, someone said. There's no fucking chance I could listen to that without smashing my phone. And I need my phone. You know? I can't do it. No, it's a Spaces on X, on Twitter. Right? Peace. He doesn't know what peace is. That man will never have peace. Yeah, that's weird shit. I'm sorry. That's weird shit. That's just weird. And then someone told me that someone else said it. Like, what? That's weird. That's weird shit. That's fucking weird shit. No, he doesn't. It's common sense. No, I think we've been over this. I think she's guilty. We've been over this. But again, this stream isn't about whether she's innocent or guilty. That case is over, and we agree to disagree here, so you don't have to think she's guilty. You can think whatever it is that you want to think. But my opinion's not going to change. Oh, that's kind of cool. Right? Sage would be nice. Just sage out all that bad energy, you know what I'm saying? Thank God. My butt cheeks were clenched. Like, oh, we're going to win this? Are we going to win this? You know? Are we going to win this or not? We do coexist here. Where that doesn't happen anywhere else on YouTube, it happens here. Amazing, right? People can agree to disagree and be friends and friendly and even help each other out without tearing each other apart and having so much hate and vitriol they don't even know what to do with it anymore. He created that. I don't foster that kind of environment. I don't want it. I don't want to be a part of it. But what I'm not going to do either is just close my eyes and turn my head the other way and watch him harm people, because that is what got him to this point, which is people just ignoring the shit he did or being too fearful to speak up because they don't want to deal with the cult and mob harassment, which I deal with on a daily basis. Okay? Constantly. But it's worth it for people to start waking the fuck up. Know who this person is. Not who they say they are. That's for damn sure. The shit that he does behind closed doors, some people would be fucking disgusted with the fact that they ever supported him in any way. And that's the other thing. It's a mob at this point, you know? No, thank you for listening. Maybe I'm the good luck charm. Maybe that's what it is, you know? Well, I don't see, that's the thing. I don't have a live panel. I don't do open panels. I do panels, but not open panels where just anybody. I ahead of time will speak to people and, you know, vet them and know their temperament and be very clear about what they can and can't say. You know, like you can't constantly swear in a stream. Like YouTube doesn't do that, and they will restrict your ad revenue, and then they don't give very much to begin with. So you don't want to be doing all that. And some people just don't know that, you know what I mean? And then they come on and that affects your channel. So people need that. That's why I don't do open panels like that, you know? I mean, yes, I could get up on their panel, I guess, when they do an open panel. I totally get that. I definitely probably could. I think I don't, because there's still a lot of people in that chat that are just straight turtle riding trolls, I guess. And I don't have to invite that kind of toxicity. That's why my chat is on subscribers only today. You know what I mean? Like, they'd have to subscribe, wait 3 minutes or 5 minutes before they can ever comment. And then if you want to spend and waste your time doing that before I just boot you right out and nobody sees your comment, be my guest. But that's why I leave it on subscribers only, so that the people who actually want to be here are here. Right? But I do know what you mean. I totally get what you're saying. You know? Well, you also have to have, I think there should be like time limits when you're doing that, but hey, you know, that's why I just don't do open panels, you know? That's the thing. Most trolls won't wait. I mean, some will, don't get twisted, some will, but most won't, you know? We just agree to disagree if we don't agree on something, you know? All right. I'm going to wrap this up because I'm hungry. I'm starving, actually. And I don't know what's beeping, but something's beeping down my street. Must be a truck or something backing out. Yes, let's go Patriots. Whoop, whoop, my friends. Sometimes they will. But most of them will just abandon ship, which is why we keep it that way at this point, you know? Right? You guys are my panel. You guys are out there in the chat are my panel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to wrap this up. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. If you didn't have a great week, we could definitely use the support. Again, remember, we're a little channel. We don't have sponsors. We don't have other content creators sending us viewers here, there, and everywhere. And we have nobody whose thumb is on us telling us what we can say or what we can't say, right? We run basically on truth bombs from you guys. So all of our donations come from you. The way that this channel gets by is with you guys, right? And only with you guys. Girl, listen, you're allowed to like your team here too. We don't hate. We don't hate, girl. You can totally like your team. Just a lot of us obviously are from New England, like me. I'm from Massachusetts, so we gotta love the Patriots. You know what I mean? I'm a big, huge Patriots fan. So when I do my streams on Sunday now, they interfere with my damn games. But nonetheless, I still love you guys. If you are catching me on the restream or didn't watch the whole show and you go back and watch it again and you decide, hey, I want to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. We have a Venmo, a PayPal, a CashApp, a Revolut. We have a link in the chat. It's pinned to the top. And it's also in the description of the video where you can click it. You can use your regular credit or debit card. You can enter any amount you want. You can be anonymous. You can do any of those things. And we appreciate you. You can get yourself a membership to the channel. You can do a super sticker or a super chat. And now there's this thing called super thanks. So when the video is over, you can still do like a sort of like a super sticker, which is interesting. I love your stinking faces, obviously. And I will catch you all back here tomorrow morning, Monday morning. And we'll do our whole Monday morning, everybody hates Mondays thing. All right. In the meantime, you guys can get in touch with me. You always know on X or on Facebook or on email at twistedtragedies3@gmail.com or through one of my mods, one of my beautiful, wonderful mods. And if you need the Amazon wish list, since it's not private, you can get it through me or one of my mods as well. I love y'all, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.